Hello, everyone. Welcome. Oh, what? Update? The hell no. No update. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Tuesday
Day four, I
of
think.
of Fun the Charity Room. Oh man. Today we are starting with Splatoon 2. Yes, that's the game we're playing right now. Splatoon 2.
Splatoon.
No, Brian, I will come through the internet and beat you in the schnoz if you. Anyway, so we're doing Splatoon. Oh snap! I'm not. What do you mean I have to update the software? I want to play this. Oh, okay.
They
This.
won't even let you play. Oh
Oh
my
no,
god.
they'll let me play. Good. Okay.
Oh,
I
okay.
was gonna flip a lid if they were gonna make me update it to play the single player. All right. What do we want our Squid Kid to look like? Well, I'm pale AF, so we're gonna do that. And what hair do we go for? So normally I go with the that hair, but I feel like that's boring. So we're gonna go with bangs because sure, and we'll wear shorts um because it's warm out. Anyway, last night we reached during the end by the end of Fire Emblem Warriors. We reached our $10,000 goal, which is insane. So thank you so much to everybody who's donated, spread the word, or even just watched throughout this entire event. You all are awesome. Um, and so, okay, yes, I know that's how. Okay, so it's gonna be a little bit weird. I should mention my control because they don't let you customize your control until you reach the plaza, and I like having inverted controls, and it's set to wrong by default. So if you see me futzing around with the camera a lot, that in this tutorial, that'll be why. But anyway, yeah, thank you everybody so much. We have gotten $10,000 already. And so, if we reach our 15K goal, which is our lovely new updated goal, as you can see by our excellent
So
editing
pretty.
work by Steven. Um, if we reach 15K, we will have hit all of our incentive games, which will be awesome. The 15K incentive game is a Super Smash Bros. Brawl Subspace Emissary race. Not race. It was going to be a race, but that ended up not being possible. So it's just Subspace Emissary. Um, so if you, I'm pretty sure you all want to see that because that's going to be dumb and fun. So if we get to 15K, we're going to do that. The next game we unlock, I believe, is ARMS at 11K.
Correct.
Yes. And then after that, at 13K, I play Pikmin 2, which will be so much fun. And oh yes, thank you, chat, for reminding me. I had said during Fire Emblem Warriors last night that if we got to 10K before the event ended, before the day ended, I should say, I was going to do the Inner Agent 3 fight, which I will do. So after we beat the story mode, we will be fighting Inner Agent 3, which will be a lot of fun. And by fun, I mean it's going to take forever. Minion Man, Bulborb, and Pikmin 2 go, haha, no. Okay, so anyway, last time I checked, we were at $10,055. Is that what we still are at the moment?
Correct. As of
Okay.
right now, yes.
Yes. Okay. So, I guess I should tell everybody about our raffles and stuff for today. Today's raffle is for $5 for the physical version of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Torna expansion. So that's like I think a $40 thing on its own. So that's a pretty good one. And we are also continuing our amiibo and Switch raffles as per usual. In terms of bid wars, I think there's no our bid war for Castlevania ended last night. So if you didn't see that, Rondo of Blood won. So after this game, we're going to be doing Rondo of Blood for the marathon, which will be pretty sweet, I imagine. Although there is no whip dangly thing, so it is the inferior game. But you were the ones who chose it, so if you want no whip dangly thing, then that's on you. Okay, so finally my
And then
motion controls and stuff are good now.
we have a couple bid wars left going off on Thursday at different times throughout the day.
Okay.
So we have Super Mario All Stars, which game that I believe Ryan's going to run.
Yes.
Yep.
We have Super Mario Bros. At $0. So a lot of love to the OG. Lost Levels is in the lead at $510.
Of course it is.
Super Mario Bros. 2 USA is $40. Super Mario Bros. 3 is also at $0. God. And Super Mario World is at $256. So there's a good gap there, but we can close that gap.
How much of a difference is there between World and Lost Levels?
Like $250.
$250. Yep. Okay. So we could do that, or you could donate $500 for Super Mario Brothers 2.
That's true. That's true. You could do that, and it would still not be in first.
Oh, God damn it.
So then after that, we have Dragon Quest. This is going to end Thursday at around 4. We have 4-ish written down here.
Yeah.
You have the choice between saving the princess and fucking the dragon. Saving the princess is at $45. Fucking the dragon is at $56.
Hold on a moment.
Sure.
Are my... Oh, I only changed them for handheld mode. Wow, I'm a dumbass. Okay. Oh, no! Went back to the square. Oh, God. Oh, I'm a moron. Okay. Okay, anyway, yeah, so keep on going.
And then around 6 p.m. On Thursday, we're going to have the ending of the Sonic Advance bid war. We have Sonic Advance 1 with $20. We have Sonic Advance 2 with $345. And we have Sonic Advance 3 with $345.01, which I didn't know we were doing.
I didn't think we were doing it either, but we let that slip through apparently. So somebody please put 99 cents to one of them so it's even.
I'm going to guess that's going to be the only time we're going to do pennies.
Unless
it evens out.
I guess. I don't know.
And then we have a couple more for Saturday. We have Pac-Man World's bid war between Pac-Man World 1 and 2. World 2 is currently winning by $14. We have the Metal Gear bid war for Metal Gear Solid 1. We have Twin Snakes with $30. Twin Snakes with $160 versus the original's $30. We have Persona 5 Dancing in Starlight, which ends Sunday at 10 a.m. And we have the characters that I think that whoever's playing it can play as. Is that correct?
For what game? Oh, the Persona Dancing, yes.
Yeah, okay. So we have Ryuji with $55, Makoto with $60, Akachi with $10.99, and then Haru with $116, excuse me, and Yusuke with $5. And then the last bid war we have is going to end Sunday at 5 p.m. It's the Mario Party bid war. So we have Mario Party 2 with $225 and also a penny. That okay. That doesn't add up. We have Mario Party 5 with nothing. We also have Super Mario Party with nothing, by the way. We have Mario Party 6 with $515, and we have Mario Party 8 with $160. So Mario Party 6 is currently winning, but again, these are all pretty possible to run it back, except for probably Prime 2. That's probably over.
Not with that attitude, it isn't.
I mean, it could always change, but there's a $700 lead for Prime 2, which I think I skipped over earlier.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, though, John donated $500 for Prime 1.
And it hasn't been enough yet.
It has not been enough. I think he's actually he's like by far the person who's donated the most for Prime 1.
He's like 80% of Prime 1.
80% of Prime 1, yeah.
Or a little under, actually.
Okay, hold on. I turned the volume up on the game capture because it was a little quiet, but I can already tell it's a little... I overshot there, so I'm going to turn it back down just a tad. Okay, there we go. So, I saw somebody in the chat talk about how we didn't have 7 as an option. It was just the Mario parties that Elliot and Sabrina
they had
and
available,
Carol
yeah.
had available. So don't yell at us for not making it an option. Yell at them for not owning it. Although I also don't own Mario Party 7, so, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
I wonder if they're going to do the mic mini games in Mario Party 6 if that wins.
If they have it.
That was the weirdest peripheral I can think of.
It really didn't add anything.
It added amazing voice recognition technology, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, it didn't.
I don't know how well the voice recognition aged on that. I have not touched that.
It doesn't because it just kind of detects sounds
so it's like
vaguely in the same syllable.
Oh, so it's like the DS mic in that case.
Yeah,
then.
so you could, if there's a fruit naming game, effectively, where one person says the name of the fruits that are available, you can just kind of say "ba" and it'll do banana. It won't actually register anything. It just kind of vaguely understands what you're trying to say.
Okay.
If, say, I'm trying to think of a comparison. Say you're trying to say banana, but you say Bobby, it'll still probably register as banana.
Okay.
We do have our first donation of the day.
Ooh, nice.
It's a $25 donation from Chaos Chow. Starting with Splatoon 2 and ending with Torna today, that sounds like a perfect day for me. Put $25 towards the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Torna raffle. Out of curiosity, are you doing Octo Canyon and Octo Expansion, Ted?
So we are only doing Octo Canyon. Unfortunately, Octo Expansion's too long. It was originally going to be Octo Expansion for the marathon, but when I did my test playthrough, I originally wanted to make okay, I'll do 100% Octo Expansion as an incentive or whatever. But it turned out that not only would that be a 6 to 8 hour stream on its own, that just beating Octo Expansion would probably take too long because it's a hard game and I couldn't guarantee that I would be able to beat most of the levels on my first try. So I couldn't do it. Basically, you can blame me for being a scrub. What we are doing instead is I made a challenge to chat last night that if we made it to 10K today, if we made it to 10K before the end of Fire Emblem Warriors, I would do the Agent 3 fight. Inner Agent 3, I should specify. At the end of this stream, and we got there, so I will be doing it, and I will be attempting it effectively from when I finish the story mode to I don't know, I guess if I run out, either I win or I run out of time. Hopefully it's until I win. And I guess if we need to stall, I can download that update and play multiplayer. We'll see. Is this where the... Yeah, I should also mention this isn't an all collectibles run. I'm going to be picking up the ones I remember where they are, but I'm not, making it a... I'm not making it, a priority or whatever. Because most of them don't really do much. They're
very minor upgrades at best.
So the sardine things... they upgrade you can use them to upgrade your weapons. If I remember correctly, the scrolls are just lore stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's any in-game benefit for getting them. But, I'm gonna find them just because. I played this game a lot. I think I have gotten all but 1 or 2 of the hero weapons. So... that takes 8 or 9 playthroughs of the main story mode, plus I did a run for BSC as well. It's fine. This mode's okay. I know it's kind of weird to say that when...
It's at least better than Splatoon 1 single player.
No, I would disagree. I think Splatoon 1 single player is much more fun.
No, I like this one a lot better.
I think just by virtue of having better access and variable weaponry, I like this one a little more.
So
nothing against the splatter shot, but kind of gets tiring after a while.
I can understand that, but unfortunately, one of the things about Splatoon is that Oh yeah, I forgot if you throw the bomb, you automatically break that open. Not all weapons are created equal. So,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's any shooter game where you're forced to use multiple weapons. Some are just better than others.
yeah, I mean, that is true, but
Like, why would you use any other weapon in Halo 1 campaign besides the pistol?
because the pistol seems lame.
It's ridiculously overpowered.
But it's
So good.
it's the pistol. That's like the default starter weapon, isn't it?
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
breaks the game in two.
I do want to jump back before I forget. Chaos Chow did have a little bit more to their donation comment.
Oh, okay.
Question to everyone: what weapons do you main in Splatoon 2? And out of Ted's request, put the 99 cents towards Sonic Advance 3 to even the nonsense out. So I'm assuming that donation was $25.99, and it didn't round up, but I can't see that. So Chaos Chow, if you're in chat, can you just clarify that for me, and I'll go on the honor system.
Okay. I main the Splatling in Splatoon 2, and Splatoon 1. Oh god, I forget what specific variant it is. I haven't played multiplayer in Splatoon in a good long while. I love this game. The multiplayer is really fun, and I really enjoy it. I just needed to turn the game off after a bit because,
Gamer rage.
yeah, for me with multiplayer games, it's frustrating when you hit your skill ceiling and you're at the point where you feel like you can't get better. You know, it's annoying. It's like, okay, and for me with a game like Smash Brothers, it's like my skill ceiling's fairly low, so I don't really mind as much because it's like, okay, I'm just not that good at this game, so I can just enjoy it as a casual experience. But with Splatoon, I'm much better at this game than a game like Smash Brothers. But that still doesn't mean that I'm like top tier or anything, because I did get to X rank in Splatoon 2, which is pretty good. But I always felt like whenever I was in X rank, I was losing all the time. But when I was in S plus, I wasn't challenged. So I was in that weird S plus and a half range where it just felt like I'm not good enough to be super good, but I'm
You're too good for scrub players.
yeah, I'm too good for scrub players. So
Basically what you are to Splatoon 2 is me and Smash. we're
It sounds like it.
we're basically opposites in that regard.
Yeah, so I just decided I need to turn the game. I need to turn the game off for a while, and when the inevitable Splatoon 3 comes out, I'll go back to it and see. I'll go and see if I can if my skills improve by not playing, which seems like a bad idea when I say it out
No,
loud.
that actually kind of happens.
Yeah, it's like when you
Because
turn your brain off.
well, it's more so once you hit your plateau, the way to get better is usually not so much learning new things; it's more getting rid of bad habits.
Yes.
And taking a break kind of forces your body to kind of unlearn those bad habits from muscle memory. So when you
Yes.
go back to the game, you can sort of relearn it again a little bit
Yeah.
more with better habits in mind.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I
is.
kind of
that is-
I kind of equate it sometimes to like when you're stuck on a puzzle in any video game or anything, and then your brain solves it in the background while you're doing other things. To some extent as well.
For me, it's whenever I'm playing a puzzle game like that, I turn the puzzle off because I'm so mad at it, and then I turn the game on at the beginning of the next day, and I'm like, why was this so hard? I got it done.
Yep, exactly. Like, as soon as you step away from it, your brain decides to go into overdrive, figuring it out while you're doing something else. Brains are weird, man.
The brain's a bizarre organism. And by organism, I mean organ.
We spend all this time trying to figure itself out, and it can't do it.
Wow, the brain sucks.
And that's why we're all depressed.
That's also true. And depressing.
For me, I actually don't remember what my main weapon was in Splatoon 2. 'Cause I didn't play too much Splatoon 2 multiplayer.
I don't
like
really
it a lot.
either.
I like it a lot. It's just there are so many issues that always make me just kind of annoyed whenever I play it, and I don't like to stay annoyed, obviously.
Yeah.
Like for example, the heartbeat. I don't know if they ever fixed this. I'm hoping they did. But the heartbeat in Splatoon 2 is so bad compared to the first game. The heartbeat being, if you drop a single frame while playing online, like if your Switch's Wi-Fi card just poops out for 1 second, you'll be booted out of the game. So at a certain point, I needed to get a Switch Ethernet adapter because I think my Switch is one of the ones that doesn't have a great Wi-Fi card, or it's got a faulty one. It works, but it'll disconnect every couple minutes.
Yeah. I do not remember how good I have not played in a while. I don't know how stable the internet on Splatoon 2 is at the moment. It was okay for a while. Obviously it's Nintendo Online, so never going to be as good as you want it to be. But it was functional for the most part. However, it is really annoying when, because this is a common complaint I hear about people from, especially from the competitive community, is that lag is beneficial to the person who is lagging and detrimental to the person who has with the good internet. Because the game has to pretend where if you're lagging, the game has to kind of guess where you are, and so the other players don't really see you while you're lagging, so you can kind of appear to teleport for them for a bit.
That happens in Mario Kart all the time too.
Yeah. But Mario Kart's a racing game, so it doesn't really impact the point-to-point gameplay. Sometimes you miss a shell shot or whatever because of that. But since Splatoon's a game about aiming and is a shooting game, it can be really frustrating to be aiming at what appears to be an enemy that you should be able to hit, and they just don't die. So I know a lot of people have been frustrated about that aspect of Splatoon 2's online. If I remember correctly, that was an element that was present in Splatoon 1's online, but
some lag's unavoidable, but for me 2 was so much worse than 1 in that regard, just because for when I was playing through Wi-Fi, it just didn't want to play ball very well for me. And so at a certain point, I kind of stopped until I re-got the Ethernet adapter that I think I had for the Wii U.
Does it work on Switch?
I don't know if it's the same one that works on the Switch, but the one I have, I think, worked on both.
Okay.
But I got another one because I think I gave mine away to a friend that I didn't use my Wii U anymore. So I was like, I don't need that. And then I realized I needed it. So I just got another one. But so for me, I really enjoy Splatoon's core gameplay. I enjoy the multiplayer. I didn't finish the campaign. I really love Salmon Run. I just wish it was available more than once a week.
Salmon Run could just be a permanent mode that you can do whatever.
Yeah, the Salmon Run's the best new mode in the game, and I don't know why they didn't make it all the time.
It's almost like some people don't want competitive games and just want to do a co-op thing.
Yeah, it's a really fun horde mode too. Is also the thing.
I don't know why they designed it that way.
So there are some people. It's kind of a mindset that the entire game has, because you aren't able to play the mode you want all the time in Splatoon, which I know is another thing that a lot of people don't really appreciate about it. If you want to play Tower Control and it's Rainmaker, you have to play Rainmaker until Tower Control comes back online. I won't claim to understand what their mindset is with that philosophy.
Well, no one understands their mindset. That's why we call them out for it.
My understanding was always that they're trying to cater it. They were catering it around another bad design choice that they had, which was that you're stuck to whatever loadout you start with in a game. Which that part would be fine by itself if it was easy to change in the menu without having to back out of your lobby.
Oh yeah,
they did eventually, I believe, put into 2.
Yeah, they did eventually put that into 2. So that's actually something I don't mind about Splatoon. I like it a lot. Is that your weapon has a set special and sub weapon, and I like that a lot because it makes the balancing a lot more interesting.
Yes.
In terms of because you can't just have, for example, there's the one of the specials is the Stingray, which allows you to shoot infinitely long and through walls, but you're stuck in place while you do it. So obviously this is the best weapon for snipers and things like that. So if you were able to just choose whatever weapon and sub you wanted, every sniper would have the Stingray. Everyone just would.
Yes, and that's not what I want. I understand having set loadouts. My problem is that if you die and you're having a bad game with a roller, you can't switch to a splatter shot mid-game.
Yeah, that's true. Although I think that's more about that a Splatoon game is like 5 minutes long versus like an Overwatch game can go for like a half an hour, can't it? Or more like
traditional shooters will last like 8 minutes, 10 minutes at least for a round, and that's like short, old school Halo short.
Yeah.
And even that would be fine. It just pissed me off for the longest time that it took them at least, I'm pretty sure, a few months to add in the option for you to switch between rounds without leaving your lobby if you're playing with a friend.
Oh yeah, no, that was awful. That was something that needed.
It's just Nintendo in general's online.
Yeah.
They still don't freaking understand it. It's like in Smash Brothers, why can't I change my character in stage while still in line?
Yeah.
No. It's one of those things, and that was kind of the reason they have the map rotations and the game rotations is to balance your loadout around that 2-hour window, or 3. Is it 2-hour windows?
It was. I think it's 2 in Splatoon 2. It was 4 in.
Yeah, it was 4 in 1, which was way too long.
Yeah, it was way too long because if you don't want to play Splat Zones for 4 hours, sucks to be
you.
Yeah. Or if you really don't like a map or something, that's it. You're over.
Oh, Moray Towers again. What? Oh
god. It's fascinating because then you see other games do a similar concept where it's locked to a specific map or a specific rotation in between for a certain interim amount of time. That can work. You just have to balance it better.
Yeah.
Like if there were 3 maps in a rotation, totally cool. But there's pretty much always 2, except for when they had the Splatfest map.
Yeah. One thing I was really happy is that they did eventually add all of the Splatfest maps to the game, so you can play them in private matches, which is awesome because the Splatfest maps are really, really cool. In a lot of ways, they have a lot of really interesting gimmicks that none of the other maps do. Like there's one of them I believe was nicknamed the Thunderdome by certain fans, in that like giant glass cages would appear down on the ground, locking out certain parts of the turf that you had to ink or whatever. It was really cool. I miss. Well, they're still like doing Splatfest, but they're just repeat themes that the old ones did. So I'm not. Oh yeah, what team were you on in the Shin Megami Tensei Splatpocalypse? Team Chaos or Team Order?
I think I did actually do that one. But I'm not sure if I'm remembering a different one, but I think I went with Chaos.
Oh, god damn it.
I think I went with Chaos. I don't remember, though.
Yeah. One of my favorite, a friend of mine who played, who I haven't talked with for a while because I mostly only knew them through Splatoon, but they were like, I'm for Team Chaos, so I'm going to join Team Order because that is the best way to spread chaos. And I was like, Herm.
That's honestly, that's a pro strat right there. We do have a couple more donations. Let me scroll down. We actually have a good amount. So we have $25 from Jack Bailey. Congrats on reaching the 10K goal, everyone. $15 to the Amiibo raffle, $5 to the daily raffle, and $5 to Ted's choice.
So $5 to my choice. Why don't we put that to Saving the Princess? Because that seems fun. All right, hold on a moment.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Oh wait, she's not here. Normally she stands. Marie stands around the. How much? Oh, I don't have enough to upgrade anything then.
Let me just fill that in before I continue.
Yeah. So yeah, I really enjoy it. It's weird to think that this game's 3 years old now. Like this came out July 2017. That was really strange.
And Octo was only 2018, right? I'm not.
Yeah, Octo was only 2018 if I remember. Because the Octo expansion trailer happened. It was this really cool trailer showing off all the different aspects of the underground with the new Off the Hook music, and it was really sick. And then there was another trailer that was 2 seconds long that had a ball with some lines on it, and nobody talked about Octo expansion trailer. They all talked about the ball with 2 lines on it.
Well, the ball with 2 lines was really interesting.
Was it?
Yes.
Okay.
We've got $5 from Sarah B. It's time for the best Switch game. Also gonna open the flood, ink gates. But which game is better, Splatoon 1 or Splatoon 2? Personally, I think there are things that 1 did better than 2, and vice versa. which I agree with that.
On the overall package, though, I think 2 is just better.
Yeah. So I think that Splatoon. I think that Splatoon 1 just had the more fun main story mode. It just was faster paced, so I enjoyed that aspect of it. Not that this story mode's bad. And I also think that Octo Expansion has the best single player campaign out of all of them. But if we're talking about as a multiplayer game, Splatoon 2 hands down is the better one. The maps are better. The specials are way better balanced.
You mean not broken as shit?
Yeah, because like in Splatoon 1, the Kraken was just the best one. Easily.
Oh god, yeah.
You were invincible. If you were playing tower control, you just couldn't take back the tower if you had somebody saved their Kraken for the last push, because you literally, I don't think, could shoot the thing off, and if you tried to jump on to take it that way, it would just kill you. I think the only thing that could knock the Kraken off was another Kraken. So yeah, so Splatoon 2 as a multiplayer game, just better. Not to mention the Clams mode and Salmon Run, which are both really fun.
Yeah, and they just learned a lot. I mean, Chaos Chow just said in chat, too, that ranks were by game mode rather than overall, which thank God, because that was a huge thing that I really love that they did, because if I didn't like Rainmaker, or I had a bad couple rounds in Rainmaker, that would mess up my tower control rank in Splatoon 1, because they were all 1.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you were, you were sort of screwed in that sort of sense. It's like, if Rainmaker was ever on, it's just like, I better not play it, because then I'm going to ruin my ranking. And you should never be, like, disincentivized to playing the game.
Yeah.
like that.
And that's one of the things I also liked, because they had in Splatoon 2, it would be a lot harder to not want to play the game because of either maps you don't like or game modes you don't like, because you have 2 maps for regular turf war no matter what, you have 2 maps for ranked, which is going to be a rotating game mode, and then you have 2 different maps for league, which is also a different game mode. So if you were playing with friends, you had options for the 2-hour window to fill it up rather than 4 hours of just more 8 hours for every day.
I can't believe they brought that back. For some reason, apparently it's because Japan really likes that stage, and I have no idea why.
I mean, I like more 8 hours. I just stop. just at a certain point, please just stop.
I don't get it. For me, it's not the problem with the map itself. Like, it's just when you die, if there's no good place to jump to, you have to walk all the way down, which takes way longer than any other mode in the game.
That's fair. Yeah.
Because you have to fall. You can't, like, swim and make it faster for yourself. There we go.
Yeah, that's fair. I think in 2 they did add the didn't they add the not the zip lines, but the ink lines?
I don't remember. I think Moray Towers does have them. I don't remember what they are in normal turf though, because I haven't played normal turf.
Because I thought they added them on the little, like, the drop down on the right side of the base, so you could get to the center of the map faster.
They might have. I have not played online in probably at least a year now, so I am very fuzzy.
That long for me too.
About that. I was in it for a while though. Like, I was playing regularly for like 2 years. Pretty regularly, because they were doing great with the updates for the game. They were updating it regularly for a while. I remember, like, every time they talked about Splatoon 2 updates, they would say, the final update for Splatoon 2, and they did that, like, at least 3 times. Yeah. And
I give them a lot of credit for their update structure, only for Splatoon, though. Because every other game they've tried it with has not gone well.
I get what they're doing.
Arms was a desperate attempt to recapture the Splatoon magic, and it just didn't have the meat to do so.
Even to some extent, Mario Tennis, for some reason, like, not the right game to do that with. But I mean, you do.
No, mostly because no one cares about the roster in Mario Tennis and Mario sports games.
Especially when the game was kind of poorly balanced as it was until 3 months later.
I didn't follow competitive Mario Tennis. Who was, like, considered the best character?
I don't remember what character was the best, but there was a specific type that was the best, and they nerfed it at some point. I think it was the skill type, technical type. I forget the name was, but
Okay.
the characters that could curve their shots really far essentially just
Okay.
won.
They said in the chat. I remember it was Bowser Jr.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Because he was just
arms.
really fast and could just completely curve however he wants to make it impossible to get it back.
If I remember correctly, his like dodge move thingy also had a
Covered the
lot of
whole map.
range. So
Yeah. Waluigi as well was kind of in that same boat. Not as much as Bowser Jr., but yeah. Why did they put Bowser Jr. in arms? A, because we could beat him up then, and B, because his arms went for days.
oh man. Mario Tennis was fun. The story mode, I think, didn't quite go far enough with what it was trying to do, but it was still a good. It was still a good time, I think.
It was them trying to make up for the Wii U game, which was the most bare bones. Why did you even bother making this experience? However,
I don't think it was making up for the Wii U game. I think it was finishing the Wii U game.
Yeah, pretty much. It was like a lot of the it was a lot of the stuff from the Wii U, like the graphics from the Wii U game, just put into an actually finished shell. Finally,
it really did feel like they were midway through working on that on Ultra Smash, and they were like, you know what, fucking just give up, just put it out, and we'll
make it for the net. We'll make it on the. We'll make the real game on the Switch.
It's gonna sell 10 copies. Who cares?
The Wii U is a complete flop. We don't give a shit anymore, which is basically the last year and a half in a nutshell for that system.
Yeah. Friendly reminder again that Color Splash was the last Wii U exclusive.
Wait, really?
Yeah, October 2016.
Wow.
That's why it will probably forever be the worst selling Paper Mario game. I mean, Origami King already outsold it. I can guarantee that.
Oh,
yeah.
Almost certainly.
Because Origami King was doing relatively well compared to what Super did, I think.
It was about on pace for a normal Paper Mario game.
Yeah, Super did well, but that was because the Wii was doing really well at that time.
I was about to say, Nintendo, Paper Mario's sales almost directly correlate with how good the system it's on.
Yep. Yeah.
So that's not surprising in any way. So it's almost like, you could kind of just make whatever game you want, and as long as the system's good, it'll sell. So it's like, maybe listen a little bit, but we're not going to get on that again.
Well, there was an interesting thing I saw. A buddy of mine shared one of his recommended feed had Arlo's video for Remaster 1000 Year Door.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, huh, that only had it was like 250,000 views. So I looked at his most recent videos, and his video complaining about the interview about Origami King has 100,000 more views. So there's more interest in complaining about Paper Mario than there is in 1000 Year Door.
Well, it's probably because we know Nintendo's never going to remaster 1000 Year Door, so it's like, why bother even jumping on that bandwagon when it's not even just 1000 Year Door. They just pretend the GameCube doesn't exist.
It really is weird. I don't love the GameCube. Like, it's probably my least favorite Nintendo system. Besides, I like the Wii, but knowing what the Wii did, I don't like it as much. Like we were talking about that earlier yesterday.
GameCube's kind of middle of the road, but
yeah, it was just one of those. That was kind of the system where I kind of tuned out of Nintendo for a while, just because I was a kid and I was like, oh, this isn't really what I want, and so I stuck with my PS2. And then I came back during the Wii U, oddly enough.
What a weird time to come back.
It was weird because my buddy was like really trying to push me on 3D World. Actually, was the game, and I was like, I don't know, I don't see it. And then the second trailer hit, and I was like, all right, I see it. I'm gonna get this. And so I got a used Wii U for like I think $150, which was about as good of a price as you'll ever get for that thing. And I fell in love with that game, and I went back to all the Wii games I missed, and had a good time.
The Wii has a lot of underrated games, I think, especially from the second half of its life cycle, because that was the point when people stopped taking it seriously, because the output stopped. It's like the running theme was, oh, there's no good third-party games for the Wii, and there weren't a lot of good, like, high-profile third-party games for the Wii. But if you look, I think the Wii has a really high allotment of like hidden gem type games where it was easy to miss them the first time around, but if you go back to find them, then there's a lot of really good ones. Like one I can easily recommend is Muramasa, the Demon Blade, which was done by Vanillaware, who did Dragon's Crown. That game is phenomenal. and I would recommend it. Although there is a Vita port, which is supposedly better. So maybe get the Vita version if you have a
Probably
Vita.
because the Vita can actually output better graphics than the Wii somehow.
Yeah. Yeah,
amazing.
that is true. And that game, like, it's not a game where you need high definition graphics for it to be pretty because the art style is just so good. But I'm not going to lie and say that I wouldn't love to see the Muramasa graphics in true HD because, damn, that game is so pretty. I love that game so much. So yeah, so that's my Wii Hidden Gem recommendation for the game. Also, Splatoon 2 is my favorite Sonic Adventure game.
See, okay, again, this is just me being me. I always realized at a certain point to me, it was like, oh, Splatoon's just Nintendo Ratchet and Clank gameplay at a certain point. Wacky
It kind of
guns,
is from what I've seen.
yeah,
Kinda.
wacky guns, grind rails, like action platforming kind of vibe. It's much more linear, obviously, which is cool.
Yeah,
but-
the
I'd
main
say-
Splatoon games are very, like, the main story is very linear.
I'd say Ratchet relies more heavily on the platforming than Splatoon does.
Yes. Well, yes, to some extent, because this is kind of like also it's got that sort of almost like kind of Mario Galaxy vibe to the linear levels.
Yeah.
Which I know is kind of blasphemous, but also it's there. It's
It
just
no,
not,
it's
like,
the similarity is definitely worth pointing out because, you know, it's a bunch of like small challenge sort of areas, and then you go to the next one, and even the transition is very reminiscent of
The
the
jump,
Launch
yeah.
Star. Yeah.
yeah, which I think is very intentional, and honestly, it works for this game because it's showing that Galaxy did have some influence on games that came after it in some way, because it was really odd for a Mario game that it kind of didn't do that much.
Well, not in terms of like game design, but if you look at 3D World and 3D Land, they like reuse pretty much every
Yes.
level gimmick from Mario
Yeah.
Galaxy 1
Yeah.
and 2.
It was influential within its own series, but it's weird seeing a Mario game that didn't actually do as much for gaming outside of Mario.
Yeah.
Well,
usually-
I think it's because by the time Galaxy came out, we knew how to make games in 3D.
Yeah.
There was no real learning curve anymore. It was just what did you want to do with it?
Yeah.
There are a few games that like do have the very clearly this is Mario Galaxy like spherical planets. Like one game I can think of, Blob 2, which is a fantastic game, but like the final level is just like Mario Galaxy was really popular. We're gonna do Mario Galaxy.
Yeah.
But our game.
It's interesting because it's one of those things where you're starting to see stuff, you're starting to see stuff more in that vein kind of now than you did back then. Because really the only games besides Galaxy that I can think of that did spherical worlds, at least on console games, actually, I'm going to do it again. I'm sorry. Ratchet and Clank 2 had those, and 3. They had them like 5 years earlier.
Oh yeah, that was a.
I mean, Matt's Face of Adventure too, regardless of how much
Yes,
how much
no,
work
Matt
you're
Space is
in.
probably the first one. Besides, unless you want to go all the way back to Sonic Extreme, technically, but not. Really.
Man, so have you heard about the interview with Miyamoto, where some Insomniac dev, I don't remember, said something to the effect of, "Oh, we're really proud that Nintendo took influence from our game with Mario Galaxy." Because, you know, the spherical levels in Ratchet and
Yeah.
Clank. And then Miyamoto said, Ratchet and what?
I was gonna say Miyamoto's like, what the fuck is an Insomniac?
Although
Yeah, Nintendo's one of those weird things, particularly Miyamoto and the older guard, where it's like, on the one hand, it's good that they don't just look at what everyone else is doing and try to take influence from that, and the other is just like, sometimes it's better to just copy with what works in some regard.
Well,
Well,
that's
and
what
then,
who makes Xenoblade? I don't remember the name.
Monolith Soft.
Yeah, that's what they told them when they were making Breath of the Wild, right? It's just like put in a fucking jump button.
Yeah, basically what happened was Aonuma was doing like the usual Zelda stick, but he wanted to do, you know, the open world and all that. You know, this is typical like the 3D Zelda controls that we're all used to since Ocarina of Time. But they got Monolith Soft to work on the open world stuff because that's what they do. That's Xenoblade. So when the Monolith Soft guys came over, like, just make Link jump, and he's like, but that's not Zelda. It's like, we don't care, just make him jump.
He needs to jump.
You're not making a Zelda game anymore, guys. And like that's the thing. Like Aonuma is one of the few, actually, I would say, because he had been arguing for years that Skyward Sword was going to compete with Skyrim in terms of being the same kind of game, and then he made Skyrim afterwards because he lost. So it's
I mean,
he's one of the few that takes influence from outside.
It's
games.
him and Soccer. Well, it's nice because
And
it's like
Soccer.
it's him and Soccer are like the only two who actually pay attention to what other game devs are doing and will actually listen to feedback regularly.
Yeah.
I feel like the younger guard with like Splatoon. I feel like they do
Nogami, who's the producer of Splatoon and also Animal Crossing, the team does. Yeah. He's very this very definitely was a game that they wanted to make unique, because if you haven't seen it, I would recommend watching the Beta 64 episode on Splatoon 1, where they were having trouble coming up with an idea of like what to make the characters in Splatoon look like. And one of the things that Miyamoto said is, if you can't think of anything, just make it Mario. And they were like,
no,
I don't want to. Man.
God, I would love to dive into his mind for one day.
What, Miyamoto?
I would go insane. Yeah.
You'd come up with a new hobby and then make a video game around it, is what you'd do.
Hey, I had a good turkey sandwich today. Let's make a turkey video game.
It's one of those. I respect everything Miyamoto has done.
Yes.
He's certainly influential for a long time. It's time for him to stop being in charge of things. If you want to give him his own small little team that he can do whatever he wants in, that's fine. He should not be in charge of dictating what Mario and Zelda and other franchises do anymore.
I feel like he works really well when making those sorts of small games, though, because like that's what Pikmin was, the original Pikmin, and that game is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And like I feel like that's, him just doing whatever the hell he wanted was what ended up with games like the original Donkey Kong and Zelda and whatever. Because
which is fine on small scale things, not when you're in charge of a big franchise and have to either have expectations or actually listen to feedback, because just because it's your idea doesn't mean it's magically great.
Yeah, I just keep him on working on Nintendo Labo robot games, and then we're good.
Yeah.
Remember when
we
that
should
was
have done a Nintendo Labo game for the marathon.
Labo's not in Smash.
I mean, they're spirits.
Oh,
you
true.
You can dress up as the Labo robot, which is the greatest thing on the planet.
You can dress up as Vault Boy. We're not doing Fallout. We have $8 from Tsubaki Paradox. Akechi has more money than Yusuke. This is a literal crime, so I'm fixing that. Put this to Mr. Actman. Mr. Artman, I'm sorry. I have a speck on my screen. Also, to clarify, for Xenoblade 2 Torna, just the expansion. Torna is just the expansion, right? Because it released as its own. Yes. So the short of it is, it's an expand-alone cartridge that comes with all the season pass stuff for Xenoblade 2 on it. So as soon as you put Torna in your system, it's going to transfer data over to Xenoblade 2 the next time you play Xenoblade 2. It is the season pass just on a cartridge because people wanted that. And
because
I'm glad they
did, the Switch's memory is shit.
Yeah, and you can play the whole
Torna just on the card. Yeah,
you don't need Xenoblade 2 in order.
Like I did, I played Torna before I finished 2.
Wow.
Actually, I played Torna. So I bought Xenoblade 2 because I love Xenoblade. So I bought Xenoblade 2 when it came out. I bought the special edition. I put about an hour into it, and then I was like, I'm busy. I like this game a lot. I'm busy, and I stopped playing it for a year. And then Torna came out, and I was like, you know what? Torna's short. If I'm going to play a Xenoblade, that's going to be the one I'm going to finish before I get busy again. And so I finished Torna and loved Torna so much that I then put 30 hours into 2 that next week.
Did you finish 2?
Not yet, because I was busy. But I'm going to get back to it once I finish Definitive Edition.
Yeah. If I'm going to, one of these days I'm going to get Definitive Edition, if it's ever on sale or whatever, and then just, finally beat that game. Because I did enjoy Xenoblade from what I played. I played that game on the Wii when it originally came out, and I liked it a lot. I got about halfway through and just stopped. And it wasn't it wasn't a conscious decision to stop. It's just I put the game down for a day, and I was like, okay, I'll pick up tomorrow. And then I was busy tomorrow, and so I couldn't play. And then it's just oh, well, I'll get to it someday soon. And then a week turned into a month, turned into a year, and I just never finished it.
Yeah, that was kind of how it was. Yeah.
So many RPGs. Tales of Symphonia. Yes. I've done that with Shin Megami Tensei. What's the Soul Hackers? I did it with that game too. So many RPGs I've done that. And you can't just go back to your old file. You have to start over, right? So
yeah, I'm still on the final boss of Final Fantasy X. I was a little underleveled.
The Spider-Man logo.
Yeah, yeah. I was sitting there and I fought him a couple times, and I got stuck because I was a little underleveled, and I can't go back anywhere because now they're all the Dark Aeons because I'm playing the remaster. So now I can't go anywhere to grind except for where I am right now. And
You
I was
can't.
like, all right,
There's nowhere to grind in the.
there are kind of places, but like you really can't go to a good amount of areas because of the Dark Aeons because they just kind of spawn in certain spots. So if you go there, you fight an incredibly hard boss that you can't beat because you're not ready yet.
Okay. So you have to
Um,
grind to grind, is what you're
yeah.
saying.
Yeah, and I'm just like sitting there, and I decided, yeah, I'll do that one of these days, and then I watched the ending, and I'm good. I beat that game. That's enough for me. I got to the end. I don't care. We have $5 from Sarah B. Forgot to ask, are you planning to participate in the 3 upcoming extra Splatfests? I don't know if I'll be the chicken or the egg. Put this towards Advance 2.
Thank you for your donation. Probably not, just because I'm not like as into the game at the moment. So probably not. If playing this gets me in the mood to play Splatoon again, then maybe. I really don't have many games that I'm playing at the moment. Like I just beat Panzer Paladin, which was a fun game, a fun little game. But I think at the moment I need to focus on some other stuff. Like I've been trying to read more, and also I need to edit a bunch of Brain Scratch stuff because I've recorded a bunch of Brain Scratch footage but not edited it yet. So I need to actually do that. So we'll see like what games I actually have time to play in the near future. Also, nothing's coming out for a while.
Nothing's on the calendar for Nintendo.
There was an Animal Crossing update. I don't even know what you're talking about, Ryan. You play Animal Crossing, right?
No.
Everybody wanted Animal Crossing. They made demon summoning circles for it. So we're going to give you Animal Crossing. And you're going to like it.
I love that game was supposed to come out last year, and it's still only partially finished. And I'm not talking about like the games as a service part. There's just like fun, like basic features that are just not there. Unrelated note, it is raining very hard over here, so if you hear rain in the background, I apologize.
You in the path of the hurricane? Or?
I'm not sure. I didn't know there was a hurricane, so probably not.
That's how 2020 is going. The hurricane is just a non-issue at this point.
I didn't know there was a hurricane. God, that's bad. I mean, I'm in Pennsylvania, so if it hits me, it's just going to be rain. We do have another string of donations, actually. We have $50 from Zet. Hey, all. This is the first time I've actually been able to donate to one of these marathons, and I'm very happy to contribute, and I hope the rest of the marathon goes well. Put 25 to Sonic Advance 3 and 25 to Metroid Prime 2, because it isn't a charity marathon without Johnny getting pissed off.
I mean, again, the thing is, John doesn't hate Prime 2. It's just it's the least good of the 3.
Yeah, just like at the end of the day, he's still playing Metroid Prime. So he's not going to, although he's playing it with bad controls for some reason. So I don't know why he's doing that.
The GameCube controls are fine.
But they're not the good controls.
Still prefer GameCube controls to waggling, but whatever.
There's not really that much waggling, especially in the Prime 1 and Prime 2.
The problem is the aiming and the camera are basically locked together in Prime, based a bit just purely on design, because it was designed for the GameCube. So it's just really disorienting when I'm trying to aim with the waggle, but then the camera swivels to try and compensate, and it's just like,
you know what, I don't...
It works fine in Prime 3, because it's designed around the motion controls. It's just Prime 1 and 2 are clearly not designed around the motion controls camera-wise.
I just like not having to lock on to everything, and thus, like, if you get to those points where there's the, like, there's a bunch of platforms with with enemies on them, where you have to jump and then stop and lock on and then shoot and then jump and then stop, lock on and then shoot. You can just jump and shoot while you're moving because the controls are fluid enough to let you do that.
It'll be interesting with Prime 4 because it's going to end up having to be closer to a first-person shooter than a first-person action game, as they phrased it initially.
Yeah.
So,
so at the very least, they're able to kind of mitigate the problem Ryan's talking about by having, effectively, they can do something like Splatoon 2's motion controls, where I can move I can move up and down on one axis with the motion controls, but also move the stick to change. So I can use the motion controls to aim and I can use the right stick to point effectively, making it much more precise, and I don't have to deal with you don't have to deal with the problem of, oh, I need to look right, so I got to point my cursor all the way to the right, meaning I can't turn and aim at the same time. That problem is mitigated by the new system they have, which is a good thing.
Yeah. I'm just speaking strictly between Prime 1 and 2, where they're just designed around the GameCube control, so the motion's not well integrated into just how that game is designed.
I didn't mind it in Prime 1 or 2. I didn't finish 2, to be fair.
It's not terrible, it's just I feel it's just better.
Which is fair. Control. I think it depends in some way on where you played it first, because I played the Wii versions first. So I was I vibed with them a little more, and going back to the GameCube version kind of throws me off because of how first-person games have kind of changed in the time since, even in like 2 years between Prime 1 and 2.
Prime 1 came out like even after Metroid. Not, of course, it came out after Metroid. It came out even like after
Halo 1. It would have been
Halo
out
1.
Well, only by like less than a year though.
Okay.
I thought it was 18 months.
No, Prime 1 was 2002. Halo 1 was 2001.
Okay. I thought Prime 1 was 2003.
Okay, so it wasn't out near enough to influence the design at all then.
I mean, when the design is influenced by Miyamoto saying you should put on different faces, and they're forced to interpret that as, oh, they want visors. Okay. Again, Miyamoto's weird.
Miyamoto is extremely weird.
The only thing he really contributed to Prime 1's design was just making the controls better.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to do twin stick, and it's like, for an exploratory game, twin stick doesn't quite work.
The combat in Metroid is not that important. So
yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not unimportant, but it's not the focus ever.
Yeah.
Like
we do have. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, we have more donations. Awesome.
Yeah. I'm trying to catch up a little bit here because we keep getting into good conversations, and I don't want to interrupt them.
How dare we talk to each other?
We have $5 from Deku the Tree. Hey guys, just decided to donate a little bit more to this wonderful cause. Can you please put this towards saving the princess? Question for Ted: can you sing 24-Hour Cinderella from Yakuza 0?
I do not know the lyrics or tune to that because I've not played a Yakuza game. I mean to get to it. Like, I've heard
so many of them.
Yeah, I've heard great things about them. I just they seem like a big commitment.
I don't want to like one game and then be stuck with like 10 more to play.
For me, it's more that I know how much of a big commitment they are because, well, that's one thing about Yakuza that I think they do well is that they can be million-hour games if you want them to be, but you can just go through the story and ignore the side stuff and be done in a fairly short time, like 10 hours or so.
So Kiwami 1, I beat in about 13 or 14 hours doing some side stuff, and this was also my first Yakuza game. Kiwami 2, I beat in about, I think, maybe 18 hours doing more side stuff. 3, I beat in probably 12 hours or 13 hours, didn't do much side stuff because that game fucking blows. It's a fun game. I like the areas a lot, but the combat is fucking hot garbage. Like, that's the first PS3 game they made, and it shows. Or that's the second PS3 game they made, but it's the first one that we got. But they're all pretty short outside of 0 and 5. 0 is like probably still going to be 40 hours no matter how you cut it. 5 is going to be like 40 hours no matter how you cut it.
Okay.
But they're all very good. The good thing is by the time that you're done, either I would say from Kiwami 1 to 2, at least for me, I beat Kiwami 1 and then immediately started 2. I needed to see what happened next. That's how good it was. And it helped that they were two different styles of game because Kiwami 1 was on the old engine and then Kiwami 2 is on the new engine. So they were very different gameplay styles and visual levels, like levels of visual fidelity.
Oh,
so that helped balance it out for me. Whereas if I had done 0 then Kiwami, I would have been done for a little while because those are the same game.
Oh, really?
Same combat style. Like 0 is a better version of what they then put into Kiwami later, which is weird. Because Kiwami 2 essentially may as well be a remake more than a remaster, whereas Kiwami 1 was just kind of, hey, we're just going to put 0's combat on the first game. Here, take it. Goodbye.
Okay, that makes sense.
But every time I play one now, I take like 6 months to a year off, and then I come back refreshed because there's so much you can do that it's so hard to not get sucked into them once you start.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, and I get like that with a lot of different franchises. It's oh god, one of the mistakes I made was when I had just finished, I think it was Dragon Quest 8, and I immediately tried to go and play 9, and it's just like, as much as I love Dragon Quest, it's like, those are both the longest games, and those are two of the longest games in the franchise. No thanks. If I remember correctly, some people have like 1,000-hour playthroughs of Dragon Quest 9, which that's like one of the only ones in the series I haven't played and finished. So I don't really know a lot about DQ9, but I know that some people have 1,000-hour playtimes for that game. So it's just like, after having just played 8 and not really liking it that much, which I know is like blasphemy because for many people 8's their favorite, but I just don't really jive with it that well. I was just like, okay, I need to take a break, because it can be one of your favorite franchises, but you can still get burnt out.
Yeah,
on it.
100%.
Whereas I feel like with some other games, it's not quite that much like it. Like, I feel like a lot of people do like marathon runs of like the Mega Man games and don't get too tired of it. I guess that's kind of a completely different sort of thing, because a Mega Man is like a 3-hour game, and
I was gonna say, like, you can beat all 10 Mega Mans in the time that it takes you to do the intro of a Final Fantasy game.
But I feel like even for RPGs, like, I can go and play like a bunch of the SNES and RPGs in the same series in a row, because they're all the same. Like, they're all more like 20 hours long as opposed to like 80 or more.
Yeah, games have gotten, especially RPGs, but all games have gotten much longer as of late. Usually with padding. And
yeah, I would much rather games start airing on the side of 20 than compared to 30 and 40 hours.
Like, people were upset that Miles Morales is supposed to be, probably it sounds like an 8-hour game, but it's like, why? It's going to have side content. You're not going to do it, so why are you complaining? Like, there's content there for you to do that you just don't want to do. We don't need games to we don't need every game to have an in-depth description of a turtle like Assassin's Creed 4 in the...
It's like I did everything in Spider-Man on PS4, and that's still about a 20 to 25-hour game.
Yeah,
it's totally fine. That's how long games should be for most of the time.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Normalize making games shorter again. I promise it's okay.
Or if you're gonna make them long, make them satisfying and long, because that was something a lot of PS2 RPGs had the problem with, where they were just, oh, we can fit way more stuff on this disc now. Let's just make it longer for no freaking reason. And so that makes many PS2 RPGs feel really bloated, in my opinion. They've gotten better about that.
You want 8-dot hack games on the system.
I can't believe they got that many of them on one system, though.
Yeah, there's like very few games feel like they justify their length. Like Persona 5 definitely has enough content to justify that length. I'm trying to think of other games that came out this console generation that are that long, but
DQ11 can be that long as well. It's not. I don't think it's like, it's not 100 hours as a minimum like Persona 5, but it's certainly like, if you're going just for the main ending, it'll take you at least like 60 to 70, I would say, on a first run. No, I do not want to upgrade that. Do I not have enough money to? Okay, no, I do. Okay. Yeah, we're upgrading the tank first, because it's the only thing that
works for everything.
That works for everything, yeah.
We have $5 donation from Mitzi Rocker for the Xenoblade raffle, please. I'm really enjoying watching the stream. I've been feeling sick all weekend, and it's been good to be able to just turn this on for a few minutes and watch. Well, thank you very much for your donation. Hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, same.
And then we have $5 from Chaos Chow. Not sure if you saw my comment in the chat about this, but Salmon Run is practically available around the clock now. Okay. There are 12-hour gaps, but it's usually a 36-hour rotation, 12-hour close period for Salmon Run now. They changed to this format as it got close to the end of regular Splatfest. It's not open 24/7, but it's much better now, and might as well throw this to the Xenoblade raffle as well.
Thank you. Yes,
you very much.
I feel like that's them basically admitting that they needed to change it, but still
Yeah.
wanting to stick to their schedule because that's what they established for
Yeah.
some reason.
They wanted to have it both ways, kind of. Like, oh, yeah, it's going to be open for, almost all the time, but we're still going to close it sometimes because fuck you. That's why. We have $5 from a robot that's programmed to think that it's a dog. Bark, bark. Thank you very much. And we have $100 from Ryan Grossman with no comment. So thank you very much, Ryan.
Awesome, thank you. What's our
You're
total
welcome.
at now?
Right now, we are at $10,294.
Nice.
And that should be accurate because those are all relatively old comments.
Yeah, sometimes, just so everybody in the chat knows, sometimes it takes a while for the donations to catch up with us. So you can donate, and sometimes it takes a while for the actual comment for us to appear. So don't worry, we're probably not ignoring your donation. We just might not have seen it yet.
Yeah. Like I saw those all probably 10 minutes ago, but we were having good talks, so I didn't want to interrupt them.
True, yeah. So it usually, on average, takes anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes for the comment to appear. So after that, then you can start nagging at us to read your donation effectively.
Yeah. And I agree with chat here. This is probably the best boss in Splatoon 2. Not the most fun boss, just the best stylized boss.
I like the biker octoling design, yeah. Splatoon, this is something Splatoon 1 definitely has over 2. The bosses are way better in Splatoon 1 than Splatoon 2.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Because they're just generally slower overall. The final boss in particular is nowhere near as good, in my opinion.
It'd be hard to be as good as DJ Octavio.
Yeah. And sadly, I think it's one of the only areas that Splatoon Octo Expansion didn't really improve on, because they reused pretty much every boss in that game. The final boss in Octo Expansion is really good, but that's just one, so...
Yeah, and Chaos Jargon just said in chat that the best boss in the game is Octo's final boss.
Octo's final boss is great. I don't know if I like it better than Splatoon 1's final boss, but it's certainly close between the two for sure. Also, the music is nice.
Yes. I don't think there's a bad song in Splatoon 1 or 2. I can't think of it if there is.
I'm struggling. No, the music's great. I just love the attention, like the world building in Splatoon is so good, to the point where like even the music is in-game music is all like done by in-game bands that all have their own musical styles and whatnot, with like lyrics and stuff in the gibberish Splatoon language.
Yeah.
It's all so good, and I really like the range of styles that they have as well. This is more obvious in the multiplayer, because in the single player it's mostly the same kind of thing, style. But in the multiplayer, like there's like punk rock and some techno-y type stuff, but there's also like ska and like Irish prog rock, and also, and you know, there's the J-pop style stuff with the Squid Sisters, but also like this is J-hip-hop with Off the Hook. It's so good, the range of musical variety you get in this game.
Yeah, I remember the trailer for Octo Expansion. It's like, I never thought Nintendo would ever reference Tupac and Notorious B.I.G. in anything.
I know, right?
Yeah, Splatoon 1 and 2, the whole Splatoon series just has so much style that you really don't see from not even like just Nintendo games, but just games anymore. Not anymore, just now. Like,
I mean, depends on what you mean by style, because games certainly still have style, just not that kind of how do you do fellow kids but actually doing it well sort of thing.
Yeah, it's very 90s radical, but it works.
Yeah, like I don't think that there's been really that many games that have captured this. It almost feels like a 90s Sega game at times.
Yeah, it definitely, in a lot of ways, it feels much more Sega than Nintendo. in aesthetics. The design is very Nintendo, like
Yeah.
if we just look at the way the game is structured, but the aesthetics are much more Sega. I would agree.
Yeah. Which is
Um,
really cool to see.
I like that it's also very sincere because it's very easy to overdo the irony in stuff like this, but it's very clear that this game has a lot of sincerity and heart behind it, and it's not just, yo, dudes, radical stuff here. Whoa. I think you know probably what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
Poochie died on the way back to his home planet. Poochie's dead! Yay!
Why did everybody hate Poochie in The Simpsons?
Because he was really obnoxious, and he kind of took all the screen time away from Itchy and Scratchy.
Okay.
Basically, they overcompensated on trying to introduce a new character at the expense of what made the show good in the first place.
You say that as if it is supposed to be a commentary on the writers were trying to make on their corporate overlords.
You don't say.
Chaos Chow said in chat, so how about other teams not associated with Sega doing Sega's games without them being Sega's IPs? Yeah, was Bomb Rush Cyberfunk? I can't remember the name of that game.
They're not Jet Set Radio.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
there's a not Jet Set Radio going on?
Yeah.
It was announced last week.
Okay, I'll have to look that up because I know Balan Wonderland is very much not
Knights.
Not Knights.
At least in terms of visual design. Gameplay wise, it's not Knights at all, but
Yeah, but I'm really interested in that game. I think if it's my only concern is looking at the very slight bit of gameplay footage we have is that it might be a little bit too slow paced for my taste.
But that's something you can change easily over the course of development. Just speed them up a little bit.
Yeah, so that game looks awesome. Although Sega's doing pretty good right now, I would say.
Well, they finally got it in their heads is that, okay, our development teams aren't the best at certain things. Let's find talented, smaller studios to make the games for us.
And I also like that they're using their IP better now. Like, Streets of Rage 4 is an early contender for my Game of the Year this year. Like, that game is probably now my favorite beat-em-up of all time. I love that game so much.
Well, it's like Sega's done good this year because we have Persona 5 Royal, which is the best version of that game. We have Streets of Rage 4. Yakuza is a yearly release and still somehow manages to be good according to the fans.
7 will be weird. We'll see.
Most of the time.
Yeah, that one's like RPG because I did like his reasoning for it because they make so many RPGs into action games. He wanted to make an action game into an RPG.
Well, and
they also had Sakura Wars this year.
A Phantasy Star Online 2 finally came out in the West, so a lot of people are happy about that.
And now a new Phantasy Star Online 2 is in development.
Wait, a new Phantasy Star Online 2?
It's like an expansion, kind of, but it's also not.
It's like think like what Final Fantasy 14 does every other year when they have like that big content update.
Okay.
Because the implication was that they were going to act interdependently of one another, and that they weren't necessarily just an expansion and base game, that they might be different things. I'm not exactly sure. They've been kind of vague about it.
Yeah.
At that point, I would just say to make Phantasy Star Online 3, but okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
MMOs just run on different rules, and it's weird.
Yeah. But Sega's had a really good year. And then they also have the Alex Kidd remake that they're licensing out to some the guys who made the Alex Kidd fan version of the same remake.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, it's the I think Miracle World. There's a team that was working on a fan remake of that, and then Sega just either Sega came to them or they got the money together to license the IP out from Sega, and Sega said, "Yeah, we don't care, do it."
We're not doing anything with Alex Kidd.
The old Shenmue.
Oh yeah, Shenmue 3 actually came out, didn't it? Was that game good?
Not really, from what I've heard.
That's
one of those. It's one of those. Shenmue was only good in the time period at which it came out.
Yeah, that was one of the other ones. Chris and I were mentioning this a couple days ago on one of the streams. That it like Yuji Naka outright said like, "Oh yeah, I don't play games, so Shenmue 3 is going to be exactly the same as it was 20 years ago," and he was right.
God.
So.
Well, no, Yuji Naka had nothing to do with
Shenmue 3. I'm sorry, not Yuji Naka. What Yu Suzuki. I'm sorry. Yeah. Getting my Sega names mixed up.
It's just strange though because Shenmue 3 has the interesting distinction of being the prettiest game ever made for about like 2 months. and then it immediately got taken over by, oh god, I forget what game like immediately outdid it in terms of being pretty. After that, I'm blanking. Chat probably knows. But yeah, I mean, Shenmue was also inspiration for Yakuza as well, wasn't it?
To some extent, yeah.
To some extent. Okay.
Shenmue kind of was the prototype for a lot of those kind of not really open world, but kind of open design games, which is fine. It just over the course of 20 years, they've all done it better, and Shenmue 3 didn't bother to change anything.
Yeah. And so someone even pointed out in chat, like Shenmue 3 is essentially a filler episode. That's what makes it worse. Is that you waited 20 years for a filler episode.
Oh no. Oh man, after 30 years of no new episodes, Dragon Ball Z continues with Garlic Jr.
God. My understanding is that actually nothing happens. Like, you end right where you started.
Ugh.
Oh, that sucks. Oh man. That must have been really... Because the story, I think, is probably, like, the main reason why most of the Shenmue fans wanted a new game. Like, I mean...
They wanted the third game to finish the story and then be done forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks, man.
And he's even supposedly pushing for Shenmue 4, and I don't know how that's going to happen because it didn't sell well.
It didn't sell well. The fans are rightfully pissed after getting, like, 3 different Kickstarters and then taking publisher money from China and...
Yeah.
Wait, they did a second Kickstarter for Shenmue 3?
Sort of. It was a fundraising campaign, not strictly a Kickstarter. And then after that, they took money from, I think it was Tencent, but some Chinese publisher to get money. And then
they pushed to Epic exclusivity for a little while.
Yeah, and it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
That's disappointing.
Like, it's the highest grossing Kickstarter game of all time so far, but that also counts the fact that there were publishers and, like, high funding backers that were already in by the time the Kickstarter went live. So it's really not the highest, like, it's not the highest crowdfunded game of all time on Kickstarter. It's just that we're going to say it is because...
I'm just glad we're at the point where everyone's just kind of, like, agreed that you can just kickstart indie games just to make up for publisher games that they don't want to do anymore.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's kind of sucks now that Kickstarter has somewhat of a bad rap, considering that it is a perfectly fine platform on its own merits.
It's because Kickstarter doesn't hold the content creators accountable for actually releasing anything.
Yeah. Which is, I don't know of any way that they could do that because
but that also means that you're going to wind up with lots of skeevy people trying to pitch something, take their money and running a lot.
Yeah.
Like Tim Schafer. The one time they tried to hold anybody accountable that I recall was Double Fine, when Double Fine decided to split Broken Age into 2 games suddenly, and that pissed everybody off. And then afterwards, I don't know if Kickstarter actually did lash back at them for that, but I know that afterwards Double Fine started Fig, which is their own crowdfunding platform, so they wouldn't have to pay licensing fees to Kickstarter. Or not licensing fees, the crowdfunding fees to Kickstarter.
Wait, so it was more... They have enough money to make their own crowdfunding site, but not to raise money.
And then they took Microsoft's money to get owned by them. It's like... Well, Tim Schafer's kind of burning all of his goodwill right now.
Yeah, I don't know. If there's anybody that I wouldn't give my money for a game, it's Tim Schafer, because he also, like, everyone blames EA for whatchamacallit, what's the game? I forget the name of the game.
Brutal Legend, or
Brutal Legend, yes. I was thinking School of Rock because of Jack Black.
That's a great movie, for the record.
Everyone blames the publisher for Brutal Legend, but Tim Schafer was very weird about it, and everyone was kind of at fault for that game. And he likes to lie a lot.
Yeah, they spent the good majority of the game kind of implying that it was going to be a hack and slash beat 'em up, which would make sense for a heavy metal kind of game, and then people bought it, and it's like, no, suddenly it's an RTS. It's like, what?
Even the demo was a hack and slash.
Wait, Brutal Legend is an RTS?
Yes.
The fuck?
Yeah,
It's like your bases are like mosh pits, and your tower defenses are like giant speakers and all that stuff.
If I remember the correct sequence of events that happened, Tim Schafer wanted to make an RTS, and then I think EA was the publisher. They said, hey, you should make it an action game because that sounds fucking terrible. And Tim Schafer was like, "How about we make the demo an action game to mislead everybody into buying it, and then they play an RTS and hate it."
And then we'll overspend on all these death metal guys to appear in the game and not do anything.
Yeah, so Tim Schafer is an odd character, and don't give him crowdfunding money. It doesn't go well.
No.
Wow. Okay. I've learned very many new things today.
He started Fig with, I think Obsidian was with him at the start. I don't know if they were right away, but Obsidian also did a similar thing, where they crowdfunded Pillars of Eternity because after Bethesda screwed them on New Vegas, they are almost bankrupt. And they worked on a couple smaller games in between. They worked on Pillars of Eternity, and then they also pitched in with Tim Schafer to create Fig, so they wouldn't have to pay fees to Kickstarter, because Kickstarter takes like 20%.
Yeah, Kickstarter takes a lot.
Yeah, and now both of them are owned by Microsoft, so I don't know if Microsoft owns Fig or not, but they might.
Probably.
Psychonauts 2 is not Xbox One only.
No.
Is it PC as well?
The PC and PS4.
Yeah,
And
it was
PS4?
already.
They had already licensed it as a result of the backing for it in the first place, so they have to release it on PS4.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, Shenmue 3 was supposed to come to Steam, and that didn't happen. I mean, it might have now, but no, it's Microsoft doesn't care. They're just like, whatever.
How about that 3DS version of Mighty Number 9? Right, Phyllis?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no, they do have to legally release it on PS4. They probably won on PS5, but...
Yeah, and Hobo just says the trailer didn't say PS4. I mean, there are trailers that say that Call of Duty's only on PS4, or not only on PS4, but they only show the PS4 logo.
Yeah,
So,
it's just whoever's paying for the trailer, I guess.
Yeah, it was during an Xbox event.
Yeah, if you look at like trailers on Nintendo's
Third-party stuff.
For anything third party, it's always just there's either no logos at the end or just the Switch logo. And then it'll be the exact same trailer on like the developer's website.
It has all three or something.
It has all of them at the end. It's just, developers don't want to have to acknowledge that other platforms
companies exist.
Yeah.
We have a couple more donations. We have $5 from Demista. Hey guys, really appreciate what you're doing and just wanted to donate some money to help the cause. My question to everyone is, what have been your favorite games so far this year? My favorites have been the Final Fantasy VII Remake and Ghost of Tsushima.
Thank you for your donation. I mentioned this earlier, but frontrunner right now is Streets of Rage 4. Love that game. Phenomenal. Not much else has come out, so
there's
a lot of other choices.
Too much. I'm gonna say probably Ghost of Tsushima. Second place probably 7 Remake. Doom Eternal kind of third, mostly just because I have weird issues with that game, even though I know it kind of objectively it's better than 2016.
You said that the story's weird in that one, right?
The story's a bit weird, and it's one of those things where... Okay, so they added a lot more kind of visual and stage variety in terms of like, there's like a snowy level, and there's like a castle and other things to kind of liven it up. But at the same time, if you were old enough to remember Doom back in the DOS and all those old school days, Doom's visual design is kind of revolving around either dark and foreboding sci-fi locations or the brown kind of intensity of hell and not much else. So having all this kind of weird stage variety is a little off-putting in some regard.
And I remember in our Discord you were talking about how the final level was like really obnoxious too.
Okay, so the last like stage and a half of Doom Eternal's idea of difficulty is just to throw more and more walls of meaty demons at you.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of like just at the end of the game they just kind of gave up on difficulty, which makes it kind of a pain to play.
Kevin, what's your front runner for GOTY so far?
I think for me it's probably 7 Remake, which makes me sad because I didn't want to be excited for the next one because it's gonna be a fucking train wreck.
Oh yeah, I've heard about some of the stuff.
No, it's you know what, I'm hopeful, and that's the thing I didn't want to be going into the second game.
Yeah, kind of. I feel you there.
Like, 'cause I wasn't gonna buy it right away. I was like, you know what, I'll wait, I'll get it later, whatever. But I got a good deal where I got the special edition for like $40 or something like that on Amazon. Like, it was a really weird sale. And so I was like, sure, I will take that happily. I like steelbooks, and I wasn't planning on playing it right away, and then when I sat down to play it, once I heard the stuff they were doing, I was more interested because I like to see a game take a risk like that. I'm being very vague here, but we all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, for the sake of people in the chat.
Yeah. So I didn't want to be hopeful, but they did such a good job capturing that world, even to somebody who wasn't really super into 7. Again, like I was exposed to 7 much later in life than a lot of people. So, but it just felt like a very lovingly made game, which I expected. I don't know, maybe I'm cynical, but I expected it to be like a very corporate made game, and it wasn't, and I very much appreciated that. But also, fuck them for making me hopeful.
Yeah, and then it's going to take another 7 to 8 years for the next game to come out.
Yeah, because they're gonna restart development 10 times because it's Square.
No, it's Nomura.
It's Nomura.
We keep having this conversation that it's Nomura, it's not Square.
Well, that's what when I say Square, that's kind of what I mean. If I'm talking about Squeenix, I'll usually say Squeenix. Were there any other donations, Kevin, or was that the only one?
We do have a couple more.
Okay.
We have $11 from the Legend of Daniel. I don't have to work today, but I'm gonna try and keep the donations light today. Here's a question. What would you like to see in a Splatoon 3 or some sort of spin-off? Put this to fucking the dragon because we have to answer the question, is it hip to fuck dragons? Thank you very much, Daniel.
Read the other donation and we'll get to that question.
Sure.
Yeah.
We have $5 from Josh Quinn Andrews. Greetings, everyone. I have not caught much of the streams this year, but I find it nice that you are helping to raise money for research on finding ways to cure diabetes, especially considering that it's an issue in parts of my family. You can put the $5 to the daily raffle for Xenoblade 2 Torna. So thank you both for your donations very much.
Sorry, you go on.
I'm trying to think.
While you think, I guess I'll answer. The only thing I particularly want is, like, I know they don't want to do it just from a design standpoint because they don't want to be like other shooters, but I kind of still want a deathmatch mode.
I feel like that's probably not gonna happen, but I can understand.
I know it's probably not. It's just one of those. Yeah, I still just kind of want it because it is a shooter. That's still kind of like the most basic bitch mode you should have in any competitive shooter game.
I want them to expand Salmon Run, because Salmon Run's really fun, but it can get repetitive because there's only so many enemies and stages. Like, I think by the time Salmon Run ended, there were like 5 stages total, and they never added new enemies to it. And since they spent so much time adding more content to the other areas of the game, it always felt weird to me that Salmon Run didn't get all of as much new content as everything else. So that's, I think, what I would want them to do the most is upgrade Salmon Run and give it as much content as the main shooting parts of the main, like, multiplayer parts of the game. I think that would be really cool. There's also, like, some superficial, like, visual stuff that I kind of would like as well. Like, obviously more customization options I think would be cool. It's still weird to me that you can't decide what pants you want your kid to wear other than, like, the 2 different kinds of pants when there's 70 million different kinds of shirts and hats and whatever.
These are my fancy pants.
So that would be cool. I think also, I feel like since Splatoon 2 was basically just Splatoon 1, but on the Switch, they didn't really change much because it very clearly was get this on the Switch now, because it was like the one successful new thing that they did on the Wii U, and they were like, we need this on a console that will actually sell. So there's not really a lot of new gameplay ideas in Splatoon 2. It's mostly just Splatoon 1, but better, which is fine. So I don't know what it would be.
Most second games of franchise are usually that, yes.
Yeah. Although, oddly enough, not usually for Nintendo. But what I would want is them to add some sort of gameplay thing. I don't know what that would be. But make the gameplay a little bit different. And more weapon variety, I think, as well. Because they only added, like, 2 new different types of weapons to Splatoon 2. So, I think some more completely new weapon types would also be fun. But, I mean, other than that, you don't have to do much in order to make it a good game. Like, I say that as if that's not a lot of stuff that you have to do.
I mean, something they could also do is, if they wanted to keep it kind of more the wacky cartoon, is do something kind of what Two Fork does, and just have like different kind of Inkling builds as characters, like maybe a tall, lanky Inkling that swims faster but runs slower. Or
That would be cool.
Just kind of have like a few different ways to have your Inkling matter a little bit, like the 2-4 classes.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, because your Inkling is a character, effectively. Because in Octo Expansion, which we're not going to be... Well, we will be doing the Inner Agent 3 fight, but effectively, it's kind of like Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow to Gold, Silver, Crystal, where the main character of the first game is a character in the world of Splatoon. And it's the same thing sort of here, where Agent 4 is like a character. It's just, you dress them however the hell you want. So I feel like they could get away with characterizing the player character a little bit more. Like, people have their Squid Sonas and stuff like that, but I think that they could get away with having, each character be the player character be somewhat distinct as well. I think they could do that. That would be cool.
And then we just hear the Heavy's voice saying "Woomy."
There's probably a YouTube poop with that already. Although, I feel like the art of the YouTube poop has sort of died out in modern day. Which is a shame, because they just got Source Filmmaker to actually look like
the actual
good.
games.
Good, yeah. I'm sure most of the people in chat have seen the Source Filmmaker Green Forest, White Jungle SA2 cutscene.
Yeah.
Done in Source Filmmaker, which was really cool. Although it's really weird to hear Sonic not cut off Shadow in that scene, though, now that I'm thinking about it. But, whatever. Yeah, I'm struggling to think of what else I would want them to add to a Splatoon 3. I mean, I want one, but it's not something I need, like, now. I know...
Nah, they can wait till next system, really.
Yeah, I think it's not really, like... So we know that the Animal Crossing and Splatoon dev teams are the same. So, and the Animal Crossing fans hadn't really gotten a new game in a while. So, they kind of knew that as long as Splatoon 2 was getting content, Animal Crossing wasn't being made. Whereas, like, I know that as Animal Crossing's probably going to get a full year of development on top of what it already had. So, like, I know not to expect a new Splatoon game until, like, oh god, probably 2022 is the earliest we would even see it.
And at that point, you might as well just wait for the next system.
Yeah. Although it's weird to think of Nintendo doing another system right now.
Well, we're at by traditional console life cycles, we're about the halfway point of the Switch.
Yeah. It's just weird to think of, because there really haven't been many rumors about the new console. Whereas when
we're all kind of focused on PS5 and Xbox Series X at the moment.
That's true, but there were rumors about the Wii U, and when the Wii was at about this point. And there were certainly rumors about what the Switch was going to be, the NX, if you remember that, for forever, because everybody was tired of the Wii U. Yeah.
Yeah, as I say, the Wii U was a colossal failure, and everyone just wanted to move on.
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, come on.
Any more donations?
Bear with me for just 1 second.
Yep.
So I'm noticing that on our spreadsheet, we didn't have comment history for Save the Princess, or we did, and I don't think I deleted it, but it's gone now.
Oh,
so
no.
I'm just making a new one where we were now.
Okay.
We have the info. We just don't have all of the names to triple check.
Okay. So
I'm sure it's accurate.
Yeah, I only added the $5 in. So.
Yeah, it hasn't been donated to too much, so
yeah.
It's
yeah. Speaking of no new donations, but I do want to go over the bid wars really quick again, because some of them are getting pretty close. Namely, Save the Princess versus Fuck the Dragon. That is a $1 split right now.
Ooh, wow.
55. I'm sorry. No, that's not. That's a lie. It is a $12 split, because
that's still pretty close.
Yeah, I have to add in the last donation that I had in there, but I was commenting in the wrong spot, I realized, so I had to fix it. And I may have deleted the Fuck the Dragon comments then, or Save the Princess comments. Either way, And then Sonic Advance 2 is about $30 split now. It was neck and neck. It was down to essentially $1 before, but still very, very winnable on either side there. And then the others are all right around where they were when we started, but I'll go through those again. Lost Levels is in the lead for the Super Mario All-Stars run. Over Super Mario World, it's $510 for Lost Levels. Mario World is $256, and the others are all $40 or less. Metroid Prime. Prime 2 is leading with $1,406 to Prime 1's $625. I said Sonic Advance. Pac-Man World 2 is winning by $14, $39 versus Pac-Man World 1's $25. Metal Gear Solid, the Twin Snakes, is winning $160 to the original Metal Gear Solid's $30 for that that run, not race.
Oh, that's pretty far ahead.
And then the Persona 5 Dancing in Starlight character bid war. We have Ryuji at $55, Makoto at $60, Akechi at $18.99, Haru at $116, and Yusuke at $5. And last but certainly not least, the Mario Party Hate Your Friends bid war. We have $225.01 for Mario Party 2 to Mario Party 6's $515. And then the others in the running there are Mario Party 5 with $0, Super Mario Party with $0, and Mario Party 8 with $160.
Mario Party 6 gets a lot of love, like more than I expected. I guess it's a generational thing.
Possibly. I think it's more that it's gotten more love over time because when it came out, everyone was kind of like Mario Party 6, and it's been like 6 games in like 6 years.
Yeah.
And everyone was just kind of like, this can't be good at this point.
Yeah, and then once people have gone back to it, they kind of realize that it's more well-made. Yeah. I feel like 8 was the last straw with a lot of people. Because
7 was just boring, 8 was bad, and then they changed things to the car for 9 and 10, and everyone completely just jumped ship at that point.
Well, the thing about 9, I think, is that they did what they were supposed to do, and they took a break. So there wasn't a Mario Party game for a while. And so you were at the point
where they changed everything, and it's like, we wanted you to change things when you were actually making them every year.
Yeah, it's just like Mario Party 9 had it come out like 2009 versus 2012 or whenever the hell it was. Would have probably been... I mean, it probably wouldn't have been accepted great because the fundamental design is flawed as hell. But there might have been some goodwill towards it because it was just on the virtue of being different. I'd still say 3 is probably my favorite Mario Party overall, but I don't know what I would...
It's still probably the best one.
It's certainly not balanced, I will admit. Like, going for lamps is still, like, the best strategy by far. And there's some annoying stuff like Game Guy and the extra items you can get, like the Wacky Watch, which just ruins everyone's day. But I think on the whole, it's the best complete package.
There's enough strategy to where the best players will usually win.
Barring something stupid like last turn chance time.
Yeah, but I mean, there's enough stupid shit going on to where the stupid shit is overpowered enough to where it is stupid shit, and you can just kind of have fun with that rather than just being, you stepped on the wrong space, lose all your stars. It's like, what?
Yeah. I hope that they make a Super Mario Party 2, though, because Super Mario Party really was a great step in the right direction. It just had no content, was the problem.
No, they need to make a game. They need to make a Super 2 with the content breadth of something like 2 and 3, and for fuck's sake, just make it online.
Yeah, no.
That's all we're asking for, and they just refuse to do it.
What are you talking about, Ryan? You can play the Mario-a-thon mode in Super Mario Party online. I don't know why you are always so unfair to Nintendo. How dare you, Ryan?
I also think I really did like Super a lot. Like, it's actually much more fun than I thought it would be. I do wish the maps were just a little bit bigger.
Yeah, they're pretty small.
I know that, like, especially when you have you can have 30 spaces per move at a certain point, depending on how you play it and what your partner characters are. Like, you can just start blasting through things with the right items and just destroy that game's balance, which is kind of part of the fun of Super. But
yeah,
still,
some characters are just way better than others.
Yeah.
I think I liked playing a Shy Guy because I liked knowing that I could always go 4 spaces if I ever needed to. But in practice, you just want the people who can move a lot. Like,
Yeah, like
that's...
especially there was no reason not to play someone like Rosalina, because at the worst case scenario, like you have high moving spaces, or you get money, like or you can go for a 10 as Bowser and lose money, but you really don't ever need to move 10 spaces versus 8. It's weird that game had meta.
I mean, I guess it makes sense in some aspects.
They wanted to make choosing your character actually matter in some regard.
Yeah, it's a good idea, just not the best executed idea.
No.
Yeah. They also got to keep some of the aspects of the Mario Party games that ND Cube had already made that nobody likes, and they worked fine. Like the friend idea from Star Rush, I think it was, and the there's like a mode that basically is just Star Rush's multiplayer, if I remember correctly.
It's like it's like a combination of that and like a weird turn-based strategy game. Like it's really like I don't know. I didn't play Star Rush, or maybe it is just straight out of Star Rush, but it was really odd that they had Mario Party Fire Emblem.
Listen, if Toad dies in Mario Party, he dies for real.
Oh,
Good.
thank God.
That's always the awkward thing in watching Fire Emblem speedruns, where it's like, yeah, well, you know you're supposed to feel bad for killing all these characters, but we want to minimize our turns, so we're going to kill all the characters we're not using.
Wait, what? They do that?
Yeah, because they don't want to, because it's faster to just have them not be there than have to do the moves you want to do and then hit end turn. So it's faster and just easier to just have the characters die.
But can't you, like, just not set the characters though?
That's menuing. That's menuing. That's wasting time.
But there's also animations for them dying though, and they have to play the sad music and be like.
You can mash through that, and that's only one scene for each character versus having to menu them out every single map.
Speedrunners are assholes.
Yes, they are.
You can't let them die. Wow. Okay, I knew that Fire Emblem speedrunning was some shenanigans because they have to like wiggle around the control stick to RNG manipulate.
Yep.
But I didn't know that they killed off all the characters. Why didn't we learn this yesterday? Oh my god. Wow. My life is a lie. So, okay, so who gets to live in Fire Emblem Awakening then?
I don't know. I haven't seen a speedrun of that.
Okay. I think we're on World 3 right now of Splatoon 2, I should also mention. So I think we're
I believe so.
I think we're about at the halfway point, which means that I am actually running on estimate, which is good. Because this was a game that I wasn't sure whether my estimate was pretty fuzzy for. So I am glad that I am running at the pace that I thought I was going to be. So
Well, we're not SVDQ. We don't really care that much.
yeah, but I also just don't want to hold up John and Derek is the other thing, because they have to they have a race, so I don't want to hold them up too much, especially because Derek probably has all sorts of shit that he has to do anyway, so I don't want to keep him waiting too bad.
Also, quick update. I found the comment and fixed it for Save the Princess.
Awesome, thank you.
I dug through. I hit resolve by accident because I forgot the check mark is resolve. So
Cool.
that was an oopsie. But that is all good. And as of right now, we have one new donation from Doc Hunt. It's a $5 donation. Hey guys, thought I'd send my donation in before I forget. Big fan of BSC for years. Been a big fan of BSC for years now, and have discovered many games I now enjoy because of you guys. Put this towards the Xenoblade raffle. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
I'm glad you enjoy our stuff.
Oops.
Oh boy, charger level. The charger is probably. I would say I'm better with the charger than like the blaster, but it's still probably the weapon one of the weapons I'm the worst at in this game, so I'm not gonna guarantee good gameplay for this one.
Have you been guaranteeing good gameplay before?
So how about that sports team?
We're all sick with COVID, Ted.
Oh yeah, I heard that apparently like they're shutting down baseball because like half of the Cardinals or
No,
something.
like half the Marlins got it, and like half the Cardinals got it.
Okay, yeah. So that sucks.
Yeah, that's not making it a full season.
No,
Unless they
and
shut it down now.
the commissioner's going to blame everyone else instead of himself for bothering to have a season at all.
Yeah.
Rob Manfred sucks. He needs to frickin' go. He like earlier when the Astros cheating thing, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they cheated.
Basically, in 2017, they were stealing signs,
Stealing. Wait.
like catcher signs and all that.
Oh, okay.
Or so they knew what pitch was coming and all that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So basically, they got off with a slap on the wrist, and then a guy like threw behind one of the Astros players, basically in retaliation for that, and he got suspended like 8 games by Rob. And it's like you can't punish people for taking matters into their own hands when you refuse to do anything at all.
Yeah.
So basically, everyone's really pissed at him.
Wow. So when you first said that, though, I was just imagining that somebody just like took a stop sign and like.
When this scandal first broke, I was like, "What the fuck? Who cares? I mean, just arrest him. That's a crime. It's not an MLB thing." And then I was like, "Oh wait, those signs. Oh, that makes sense."
You see, I'm just imagining like the commissioners just like scratching their ass because they just need to scratch their ass, and then so the catcher thinks that it's supposed to be like a curveball or whatever, and it's just like, what the hell are you doing? Stop scratching your ass.
Okay, so for those confused in the chat about it, basically, it's not figuring out signs on your own. Basically, catchers will change up the signals they're sending to the pitcher if the player is on second, because the player on second can see the catcher straight on, just based on positioning where they are. So that in and of itself isn't the issue. It's more that the Astros had a guy watching like the TV pointed at them to steal signs, and then they had a signal to the players, which is illegal.
It was like a mixture of an audio cue from hitting like a trash
can. Yeah, and some guy in a booth watching a TV.
Yeah.
To look at the signs.
There were rumors that somebody may have been wearing like an electric buzzer, under their gear. I don't know if that ever got confirmed or not. But it was the fact that they were using technology on top of what they were doing.
Yeah.
It's sort of
because it's like if you have a guy on second, he's able to decipher, 2 fingers, 1 finger, 2 fingers means curveball. Then that's just strategy. That's him figuring it out.
Yeah, it's sort of the same thing as like everyone spies on other teams in the NFL, but the Patriots got caught for it because they were
multiple times
because they were pointing cameras, and it's once you start using technology and not just using your eyes as part of the game, that's when it starts becoming a problem.
Yeah.
How dare you imply that the Patriots would cheat? I will have you know that Bill Belichick is a man of honor who would never do something so terrible.
Multiple times in multiple decades. The Super Bowls come with asterisks, whether they like it or not.
Listen, all right, just because you're salty that your team... Listen, I don't actually care. I just enjoy living where I am because I get to pretend that I'm a Patriots fan to everybody online and piss them off that way, and then pretend I'm not a Patriots fan to everybody I live near and piss them off too. So I get to just troll everyone, and it's amazing. Although I am really disappointed that Tom Brady did leave, because now we can't play Sonic and the Secret Rings music for when he inevitably wins, when the Patriots inevitably win another championship.
I think his talent's going to drop off now that Belichick isn't running the show for him.
Yeah. Oh,
well,
yeah.
that and he's just old.
Oh yeah, no.
I mean, also, his last season was not that good at all.
Tom Brady is is a goat, not a ram though, just a goat.
I think we've lost some of chat talking about all these intricate sports concepts. So, what's your favorite frame data in Smash?
I love that Hero has such a huge hitbox for the Magic Burst that people can take it out of context and be like, lol, hitboxes, and I'm like, yeah, that's the point.
I think my favorite is that we found new tech for Ike to make his uppy Aether a more reliable out of field option, which is interesting because Aether is super good after the 8.0 patch.
I'm not surprised that because Ike's is he still? I don't know if he's top tier or not in Ultimate.
He's we're not entirely sure because again, there's no live tournament, so it's hard to tell based on Wi-Fi alone. But Ike's probably gone up from mid-high tier to borderline top tier, higher end of high tier.
Okay.
So he's a very good character.
Last I paid attention, I knew Crom, I think, was ahead of him.
Slightly, I think Ike's eclipsed him now.
Okay.
The best are still Lucina and Roy, but there's not a huge gap between Lucina, Roy, and Ike at this point.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't... Is Hero still bad?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, that makes sense.
It's because his normals are so abysmally awful.
Yeah, well, it makes sense considering that some of the specials are literally game-breaking OP. Yeah. So you have to make the rest of him not good. Otherwise, yeah. I haven't played Smash competitively in a while, so I don't...
I mean, you should be happy Mewtwo got better in 8.0.
Hey, Mewtwo was really fun to play when we did our Smash stream on twitch.tv/brainscratchcoms. We stream like once every 4 months. But he was really fun to play. Mewtwo I like him being mobile and strong in because the downside of being easy to hit doesn't really matter for me when I get hit all the time anyway. And I wish he was heavier, I guess, just because it bothers me that Mewtwo is lighter than Pikachu, even though Mewtwo weighs, in canon, 500 pounds, and Pikachu's 20. But, you can't have everything we want, right?
Noah Schneider says, yeah, can't you just instantly footstool into an Aether? Sort of, it very much depends on the spacing of whatever move you're getting hit with. Yeah, that is the new Ike tech, especially against the more top tiers, is where, Palutena is neutral air, where that's an approach option, because it's very safe on shield. Ike can just let go of shield, jump into her, and do a footstool, and then scoop her up with Aether and kill her at 80% at the edge of the stage.
Is Palutena still good?
Yes.
Okay.
She's still in top tier.
Okay, that's good, because she was actually terrible in Smash 4.
Yes.
I remember she was one of
they overcompensated on her hard in Ultimate.
Well, that's the thing, the first character I played in Smash 4 was Palutena, because she was one of the characters I was most excited for, because Kid Icarus Uprising is an amazing game. But the thing is that she was just really, really, really bad. I remember playing the classic mode and not being able to kill CPUs at level 3 or whatever. And I'm just I'm not having fun playing this. And then I switched to Pac-Man and it's just oh, now I'm having fun because he's a semi-decent character. Is
Pac-Man is the character where you make mistakes and make it look cool. And it somehow works.
Is Pac-Man good in Smash 5?
He's good. He's good.
Have people learned how to beat Min Min yet? Because I know that was something that...
Yeah, it's mostly just... Min Min's going to be almost entirely matchup based, and she's going to be really busted for low and mid-tier play.
Okay. Well, there's always characters like that who, are brick walls for...
yeah, it's just one of those... Sakurai has this weird situation where... If a character's good in some regard on some level of play, that's good enough for him. So that's why you have characters like Ganon who are super low tier but never get any buffs. It's well, they're good for low tier play or free for alls. And it's but we don't want them to be good for low tiers or free for all. We want them to be good.
I feel like you can't really balance Smash Brothers for casual play. At least not. So you have to, but you don't need to fine-tune it nearly as much as the...
Yeah, it's for low tier play, you don't give a fuck about balancing.
It's much easier for anybody to win in casual play, so you only have to balance it so that anybody can win, so that no one's broken, yeah. Which I'm sure is a hard task even of itself, but it's certainly... I don't think it's probably hard to make a character... I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say here, but... Basically, yes, it is work to balance somebody for casual play, but that's if you're doing these sort of post-patch balance updates are not aimed at the people who only play it once a week with their friends, with items on and whatnot. So, yeah, that's what I meant. There we go. I can do words.
Yeah, at this point for Smash, it's about as balanced as it could be. All they really need to do is kind of do some light nerfing to like the top 5 characters or so, and then do some big buffs for like the bottom 5 to 10, and that'll probably be good enough.
Who's considered top 5 right now?
Pikachu, Joker, Peach. Then it kind of a little bit fuzzy, but you could probably put Palutena on there. I'm not entirely sure what else they would be. Would need some slight nerfing. But those are kind of the 4 that definitely need a little bit of nerfing.
Okay. Where is the last guy? Oh, up there, okay. I always get lost in these, in the Octolings, stages.
Oh, right. Zero Samus is the other one.
Oh, okay.
We've got a $5 donation from Sabaki Paradox.
Ooh,
Put this to the Torna raffle, please. So a random discussion idea came into my head. Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. I beat 2 as a kid and played 3, but never touched 1. I now own all 3 for GameCube, and since the recent remaster for Ty 1 came out on Switch, I'm curious if it'll lead to the other 2 being remastered. Sorry for rambling. The question is, what are your guys' experience with the Ty games?
None at all.
Yeah, same.
Sorry, that's 3 strikes you're out. I haven't played them either.
Alright, I unfortunately need to head out. It's noon. I have an appointment to get to.
Thank you. Well, thanks for sticking with us for so long anyway, Ryan. I appreciate it.
It's all good. I will try to be back later, but I'm not sure when that will be.
Okay, well, I would probably guess that you probably won't be here by the time we
And no, probably
by
not.
the time we finish, but still, thanks again for sticking with us for as long as you did. I do appreciate it.
It's all good.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Talk to
think
you guys all later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
later.
take care.
Yeah. Yeah, so I never played Ty. I honestly didn't branch out an awful lot with platformers in the mid-2000s. I really only just played like the bare bones kind of stuff. Like I didn't even play like Pac-Man World until fairly recently. I'm trying to think of what other ones like are out there. Yeah, I never really played any of the PlayStation guys, so I never played. I needed to play Ratchet, but I never played Jak and Daxter. I never played Sly. I never played Jak and the Power of Juju, if you remember that game.
I do actually. I have all of them. I don't know why.
Are they good?
Well, I know why. So I had TAC 2, but only TAC 2 for the longest time because it was like $1 at a Blockbuster, and I think my stepdad was like, "Hey, it's $1 here," and I was like, "I don't want this," and so I had it, and my friend was always really annoyed that I owned TAC 2, but not TAC 1, and so I eventually went out and bought the rest, and I have them. I have not played any of them but 2, but I haven't played 2 in about 10 years.
Do you remember it being good?
I remember it being like a weird, not weird, but it had an interesting vibe to it. Like it felt kind of like almost like what kind of Jak and Daxter 1 felt like, which I know isn't going to be helpful for you.
So I know what we did it for Brain Scratch, so I know what it like. It kind of has like a weird Nickelodeon sort of vibe, but a little bit darker, I would say. It has like kind of like almost like an old adventure movie kind of vibe, but more cartoon-like. Am I on base with that?
Yeah, I'm thinking more when I think of the way that I'm referencing Jak 1 is kind of the town structure and having like a town full of like a town full of wooden bridges between all the houses in the town in a swampy area. Where you do little quests for characters. Okay. That's kind of mainly where I remember TAC 2 or 1, maybe 1. I don't know. Whichever TAC game I did play, maybe I did have 1 at some point. But it's weird because TAC is one of those games that I think it's the only game I can think of that started out. Well, not the only one, but one of the only ones I can think of that started out as a video game that then became a cartoon that also had a video game based on the cartoon. that rebooted the video game.
What?
So Tak was a Nickelodeon series, but it wasn't a show until like 8 years later, like 5 years later, something like that. And then Tak became a show with a slightly different model for Tak. And then they made a game based on the Tak show. So it's like if the Mario Bros cartoon or the DKC cartoon or the Zelda cartoon had video games, and then nothing else ever again.
So like if the rumored what is that thing called? Sat AM cartoon actually happened. I mean,
like
not the Sat AM cartoon, Sat AM game. God.
Yeah, it'd be something like that. Yeah, it's an interesting reverse licensed video game.
That is wow. That is extremely bizarre. Apparently the show is bad.
Yeah,
from what
even so, the show
saying.
is not good. Good. I'm not surprised by that at all. But,
yeah. Chat's also bringing up Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures.
Oh yes, that's another good example. Yes, I have those games. Again, I don't know why, but I have them.
Are they good?
I haven't even played them. I have a lot of games I haven't played. They were like $5 at Too Many Games one year. I was like, fuck it, I have one. And then I saw two. No, I had two. That was another thing. I had two, but not one. And then I saw one. I was like, all right, well, that one's annoying me.
Yeah. I mean, I can't blame you from what I've seen. Actually, you know what? I remember watching a review of one of the Pac-Man games, and we were talking about this earlier, where like we were talking about games inspired by Mario Galaxy. From what I remember of the review of the Pac-Man Ghostly Adventures game, it basically is Mario Galaxy in every way except without the spherical planets. Like,
that's interesting.
Like, for like a lot of the power-ups are very similar in many ways. I watched this review years ago, so I could be extremely like misremembering it. But from what I remember, there were a lot of Galaxy parallels.
That's interesting. That's really weird. I know nothing about the show, but I know a lot about like. I know that the games exist, but I don't. No one knows anything about the show that I've ever met. They're just like, yeah, that exists, which I mean makes sense. We're all grown adults talking about a kids show.
Yeah, I feel like we're like all in what our 20s and 30s, most of us.
Yeah.
So if the only way we would know about most of these shows is if we had our own children,
yeah.
Which I feel like nobody in this call really does. Well, nobody in this call does. Amy has her own children, and she... Oh, I can't upgrade that yet. What the fuck? Okay. Amy has kids, and I guess Derek will soon have kids.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody else in this year's event has babos. So, you know.
All I'm saying is I don't get why Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures isn't catering to me.
Isn't catering to you? It needs to be the hip new Pac-Man for the hip young audience.
He needs to have really long hair and a sword, and he needs to be edgy, and I need to hate him. Otherwise, I won't like him.
What?
I don't know.
I wonder what Pac-Man character is the white-haired anime boy of Pac-Man. Because, you weren't in the Fire Emblem call yesterday, but every series has the white-haired anime boy. And that being the white-haired anime boy doesn't necessarily mean that you're anime or you have white hair, but it is a state of being. In that every series has the white-haired anime boy, and you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. People are given names. I don't know who any of them are besides Blinky, so I'm gonna go with Blinky.
Blinky? Yeah, probably. He has that vibe.
Even says that he thinks that the Pac-Man show has a goth chick.
They have a goth chick? Oh, okay.
Yeah. And Tsubaki says that Pac-Man says, "Oh no, I'm a meme" in that show.
Wait, what?
Maybe I need to watch this show. I don't know.
That's actually making me kind of want to watch it. Now that hearing that, because that seems like that's the sort of line that seems just self-aware enough to actually be funny.
Yeah. That's interesting. That's so weird. But yeah, so as for Tai, no, I have no experience with Tai.
No experience with Tai. What were the other, like, second stringer GameCube, PS2 era platformers?
Legend of K is always what I think of when I think of Tai, because those two games just kind of go hand in hand for me, and I don't know why, other than that, I don't want to say furry protagonist, because that's not what it is, because furry has a different terminology, but animal anthropomorphic protagonist.
Yeah.
But,
I'm trying to think of other more obscure. It's not really a platformer, but did you ever play Amazing Island by Sega?
I have Amazing Island. I haven't played it.
It's bad. Don't.
Yeah, my buddy. This was a long time ago. My buddy, when I was first starting my channel, was like, "Hey, I have an idea for a game that you should do. You're gonna hate me after I tell you to do it, and once you play it." And he told me what Amazing Island was, and so I bought it, and I have not gotten around to it yet because I don't hate myself that much.
Yeah, it's really bad. Do not play it.
He said that essentially the first 10 minutes is probably some of the most fever dream video game he's ever seen.
That sounds accurate.
And that's why he wanted me to look at it. And I was like, all right, it's on my list. People are saying Blinks as well for
Blinks. Oh, Blinks the Time Sweeper. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you see Blinks the Time Sweeper. I hear people having good memories of. I don't feel like as many people would consider him a second stringer on the level of like Lover. If we're looking at the N64 days.
Yeah. Well, Blinks was, I think, original Xbox, was he not?
Yeah, he was like the one game other than Halo that they tried to have on original Xbox in those like first 2 years.
They had the exclusive Shrek game.
There was an exclusive Xbox Shrek game.
It was until don't ask why I know this. Okay, there was an exclusive Shrek game on the Xbox until it was then ported to the GameCube as Shrek Extra Large.
Ooh.
They added levels and made the game worse. And fun fact, both versions of that game were made by EA Dice.
That made like Deus Ex?
Battlefield Dice. Like they made Battlefield, the original Battlefield, I think a month before they made Shrek.
What?
Yep.
I know you did a video on like a lot of the Shrek games.
Yeah.
Did you ever play the DS kind of fighty brawl game sort of Shrek game?
Super Slam?
I think that's it.
I played the GameCube version. That one's unironically pretty good.
Oh, okay.
Like it's not balanced at all, but it's fun.
Okay.
The best way I can describe that, and I hate that I'm going to have to make this comparison, the best way I can describe Shrek Super Slam is that it has PlayStation All-Stars combat. Because the Super system in PlayStation All-Stars is very similar to the Slam system in Shrek Super Slam, to the point that I remember somebody who did not like PlayStation All-Stars because it copied Smash Bros. Made a fake tier list for Shrek Super Slam to make fun of the fact that All-Stars was not super balanced. And then Shrek Super Slam became a meme competitive game after that, using that tier list, and it was an accurate tier list by accident.
So who's the best character in Shrek Super Slam?
Little Red Riding Hood. She's broken. She's banned.
She's banned? Oh god. Wow.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh god.
But
who's your Shrek Super Slam main?
I usually go with Gingy because Gingy is just the best character in every Shrek game.
Oh yeah. He was my favorite character to play in the Shrek 2 GameCube game.
He's so good. He's so self-aware.
Yeah, he's the best. I also remember he was like faster than the others in the Shrek GameCube game, maybe?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. I didn't own that one. I played that one at a friend's house exclusively. We did the whole thing in co-op, and it's, from what I remember, surprisingly okay.
Yeah, that was good too.
Yeah. But I got a lot of like really bad like DS licensed games as gifts. That was like the very last kind of, by the time the DS came out, I was kind of at that age where my extended relatives stopped sort of giving me presents for my birthday, because basically the way we did it on our family, I have a pretty large extended family. So like for all the kids, we do like everybody would give them presents until they're like 13, and then it's like, okay, you're old. Welcome to the real world, jackass.
Yeah, get some socks.
So the DS came out 2004, so I was 11 at that time. So I really stopped getting a lot of the bad license games around the DS era. But I did get Shrek Super Slam on DS, and I also got oh god, what was the name? It was the SpongeBob like Super Sponge, I think is what it was called. And that game is garbage and bad.
I believe that. It's weird with Shrek Super Slam, since we're just going to go down this rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Shrek Super Slam is one of those games where I'm pretty sure every version is different. So the console versions, the Game Boy Advance version, and the DS version are all different games.
Ooh.
The Game Boy Advance version is very bad.
No.
It's not as bad as the Shrek Game Boy Color fighting game.
Oh no.
Which, the system with 2 buttons, one of which is jump. Yeah, that one's bad. That one's very, 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 very bad.
Oh no.
It's so weird because out of all the Shrek games there are so many different permutations of them. Like even like the racing games, because there were like 4 different Shrek racing games. I don't know why, but there were like so many different ones, and they're different on DS than Game Boy Advance as well.
Oh man, I'm surprised that they like went out of their way to make a new game. Because, like, you know how in the first, like, 2 years of the DS's life cycle, they kept on making Game Boy Advance games just because?
Yeah.
So there were a good number of licensed games that were on both, like, but they usually just made it the Game Boy Advance game, and then, like, they added an extra thing for the DS. One of the best examples I can think of is Star Wars Episode 3 had a Game Boy Advance game, and on the DS it's the same as the Game Boy Advance, except there's some Star Fox flying levels with Star Wars ships.
Okay.
In full 3D, which is actually
That's
fairly
kinda
well modeled for early DS, I will say. And honestly, that's not a bad game. Star Wars Episode 3 on DS. It's like a very bog standard Final Flight clone, but with lightsabers. But I'd play Final Fight with lightsabers, so it's pretty decent.
Yeah.
I would have probably have done that for License to Chill if we weren't doing like 6 other Star Wars games.
I think Greg is in general chat.
Ooh, okay.
Yes, I can't pull him.
I think I need to do it because I'm the only one with admin.
Yeah, there we go.
In this call.
There
Hello.
we go.
With my hands. Hey, what's up?
Hey.
What is your main in Shrek Super Slam for the Nintendo GameCube?
I like a donkey because he's an ass.
Donkey.
So you gotta play the Dronkies.
What?
The Dragon Donkey Children.
Oh.
Are they a character?
They are.
I thought the Drunkies was some sort of group that plays the game.
It's the 60s pop group that they don't want you to remember.
And hello, everybody. I see everybody in chat. Hello. Let me get the donation window open. So
Yeah.
Oh, sure. I know I had one more that I was.
Ooh, okay.
sitting on.
Then we should read that one off.
Yeah.
As
So-
well.
It was Ian Bowe with $5. Splatoon 2, the game I literally found on the side of the road after going to a college interview.
Wait,
Put this
really?
to Advance 3. That's amazing.
That's like that's a hella sweet pickup.
Yeah.
I remember in high school, a friend of mine found, I think it was A Link to the Past Game Boy Advance on the side of the road one time, and it still worked.
That's a good one, too.
hold
Yeah,
on,
so-
I may need a link. Sorry. I may need a link to it.
Okay. I think it might be pinned actually in in either general or meetings.
Okay. But now I don't want to move.
Here, give me 1 sec. I'll post that for you. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's a hella good pickup. I'm trying to think, but yeah. Oh yeah, Greg, how do you feel about Rondo Blood beating Castlevania 4 for their race bid war?
I think it's a better game. I think it's more interesting for a race because you have things like alternate paths and stuff. So I think that makes racing games more interesting.
Okay.
Like if you race Castlevania 1, it's like, okay, you're going to go to this level and they're going to fight this boss and then this level and this boss. Whereas with Rondo, it's like, oh, maybe he'll take alternate stage 2. Maybe he'll do something like that. That's more interesting to me.
Okay. But counterpoint, there's no whip dangly thing.
That's true. You don't have a flaccid whip.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't have a flaccid whip. If you have a flaccid whip, you should consult your doctor.
Whips, by definition,
And-
are flaccid.
And if your whip is stiff for longer than 4 hours, you should consult some friends.
Ian continued, put this to Advance 3. Question, what's a fundamentally good game that you can't stand? For me, I know Dragon Quest 9 is a fine game with no inherent problems, but I can't stand the fact that the party is made up of creative characters that have no personality and how basic the story and gameplay is. I know Sticker Star and Sonic Chronicles are worse games than it, but I prefer those two to Dragon Quest IX because of my problems with it. That's an interesting one. I can't speak to 9 specifically because I've only played Dragon Quest 11 and part of 3.
How much of 11 have you played?
The demo. I
demo?
have it.
Okay.
I have it, but I haven't gotten
That's what
far
I
into it.
played.
Oh, okay. I would like to point out that there's a Bible verse in Splatoon 2, and the salmons in Salmon Run literally come from the gates of hell. So that's
Also,
something.
the Wii U exists 10,000 years in the future.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Can you relink? All I have this link. This link is the bid tally war.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not seeing the donations page.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I need them both. So
There you go.
Okay, a good
Thank
game that I don't like. I'm sure there are definitely examples. I would have to think about it.
Recent.
Though.
Start recently. Like what's probably the most recent game that you played that you're like, it's a good game structurally. I just am not feeling it.
So I can talk about a game that I don't want to play. Well, I've already talked about this. I have no desire to play Paper Mario: The Origami King.
Oh, I knew that was coming.
Even though, and I mean, this is the thing. I'm not going to play it because I know I won't like it, and all that would result in me doing is bitching on Twitter. And does anybody really want to see that? My guess is no. So
I don't think. Here's the thing. I don't think you would bitch. I think you would not like the battle system, which I think is the game's biggest weakness. It's very much like it or don't like it. Not necessarily love it or hate it, but like you either like it or you don't like it. But everything else I think you would love. I think you would love the characters. I think you would love the emotion that goes into certain situations. We'll leave it at that.
I'm going to say, obviously, I don't know you as well as a person as I do as a Brain Scratch member.
Uh-huh.
I think you would like it too, but I will say the battle system is one thing I do want to touch on because I've beaten Origami King. I had fewer than 200 battles in my entire time with Origami King. So that brings another question of whether we needed them in the first place. But there's only one battle every 7 to 10 minutes, depending on how much you seek them out.
Yeah.
Well,
I like the battle system, so I did seek them out from time to time. They don't because they. My biggest gripe with Color Splash to an extent, but Sticker Star especially, was that you don't get anything from the battles. You know what I mean? There's no XP or anything like that. Like Color Splash had you can increase your maximum paint over time, but in Sticker Star there was nothing. So
you got money, which you could only use to buy stickers for more battles.
Yeah, exactly. Like so everything felt like a waste of resources. When I got into a random battle, when I got into any kind of battle, it was like, oh, it's just going to drain me of items. And one of the biggest reasons for that was that there was no standard attack. Origami King fixes that.
Yes.
There is a standard hammer and a standard jump attack, and then the items that you use for combat are just extra. Like if you want to do extra, basically the items function as a magic point system. Instead of your magic points, and then you end up, you have to use an item to get more magic points. You have these items, which by the way, the items last like 10 or 15 turns. So it's not like you equip iron boots and then you use it and you got to equip new iron boots. You get like 10 or 15 uses out of them. So they did a lot to remedy the whole combat as a waste of time thing.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, I think a lot of the reward of Origami King's combat truly is actually just having that combat there. Like playing that combat and solving puzzles is inherently rewarding.
Yeah.
Like I felt good doing the puzzles, even though they were easy for the most part. Like I know some people struggle with them. For me, I was good. Like
it feels like practice in a way, because to do the boss battles are fundamentally different. The way the battling is, you do different things. So when you fight enemies out, and the thing that you can do is you can pay coins for the toads to solve the puzzles for you. Basically, it's fundamentally it's not feasible because you'll run out of money if you try and do it every time. But doing them, it feels like practice. So because you can't do that with the boss battles. With the boss battles, the toads won't move the circles and tiles for you. Yeah. So the regular battles feel like practice for the boss battles, which are phenomenal, by the way. There were some boss battles where I was like infuriated.
I'll
Yeah.
say that I didn't like the Vellumentals at all. The boss battles for those.
They were the worst ones. They were
But-
absolutely the worst ones,
It's-
and not worse in a bad way. Worse as in they were the hardest ones.
Yeah, I think one of them was outright bad, but the other ones were all pretty fine at worst. But
Yeah.
the Legion of Stationary, fantastic boss fights, almost every single one.
Terrific,
so-
good humor.
So you see, this is part of the reason why I don't want to play the game, is because I just don't think it's for me. I don't like that
Yeah.
the bosses are a ball of rubber bands or a pencil case, because Paper Mario was less of the goofy humor series. That was more Mario and Luigi. Not that there weren't goofy humor moments in Paper Mario, but it was more grounded in a lot of ways. And so, like,
A little bit.
well, in a lot of, it definitely got serious more often, I guess, especially 2 and 3.
And this game gets serious. I will say that.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, but
feels.
yeah, like it does things that no other Paper Mario, like, that you'd never think Paper Mario would do. Which is kind of why, like, I respect their choice to go and just make a Zelda game out of it, because that's really what it is. But I get that it also, like, if you don't think it's for you, I respect that you're like, I don't want to play it because I'm just gonna bitch about it, because this was the whole thing we were talking about a couple days ago.
And that's sort of my thing, is like, when it comes to RPGs, you've got the combat and then you've got everything else. Like, that's how I always looked at RPGs, where the combat was such a significant part of the game that when you start to weigh whether you'll like the game or not, they're equal things. It's everything else, and then it's the combat. So that's why I say in this game, the combat is what you're looking at. If you look at the combat and you say absolutely not, you're not going to enjoy it. You're definitely not going to enjoy it. But if you can handle the combat and get to experience everything else, you're absolutely going to enjoy it just for everything else.
Yeah, it won't be your favorite. Like,
no.
The hot take I had, because I did a video ranking all of the games, and not as a plug, just for me to quote what I said in my own video.
YouTube.com.
One of the things that I realized was I didn't want to just like look at these games from like worst to best, because that's pretty cut and dry.
Yeah.
I think that this one is an equally essential play, like for players that want to get into Paper Mario. I think this one is as essential of a Paper Mario game as 64.
Interesting.
Because 64 is completely, in almost every way, invalidated by its sequel.
I
love 64. Yeah. It's one of the most nostalgic games I have. But I think that Thousand Year Door does, outside of like a few chapters here and there, Thousand Year Door, almost point for point, takes the original and enhances it.
It is exactly what a sequel is supposed to be, which is it improves on every aspect of the previous game without necessarily removing it.
Yes. And I would say that Thousand Year Door probably is a perfect sequel, even if it's not a perfect game.
Yeah, there are very few sequels, I think, that are as good as at being a sequel as Thousand Year Door. Pokemon Gold and Silver is up there as being one of the best sequels ever made. Pokemon Gold and Silver. I'm struggling to think of another like sequel that is just as good. Like, I mean, I guess if we want to be boring, Mega Man 2.
Someone said Shrek 2.
You know what? If you want to be boring, Mega Man 2. If you want to be more boring, Mega Man 3.
Mega Man. Okay, see, I actually don't really like Mega Man 3 all that much. Hot take.
I don't. I like 2 better. There's definitely more nostalgia. But when you start you look at some of these staples of Mega Man franchise, the sliding, charge shots, things like that. These are things that are not present in 1 and 2, and were present later. And so whenever people say like 2 is my favorite Mega Man, but you do acknowledge that some of the staples of the Mega Man franchise started in later games.
Yeah. That's true.
And that's sort of how I look at it. Like, I think 2 is a better game than 3, and I think 4 is the one that introduced the charge. I think 3 introduced the slide, 4 introduced the charge shot.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I will acknowledge that those games are more significant to the history of Mega Man, but I just had more fun with 2.
Mega Man 3 also introduces the worst thing in Mega Man, which is, okay, here's the final level. Nah, just kidding. Here's 4 more final levels. And make the game feel like it takes 20 million hours longer than it needs to.
Yeah. Paper Mario. You brought up Paper Mario and Thousand Year Door.
Yeah.
I like 64 better than I like Thousand Year Door.
I can understand that.
I will admit all the time that Paper Mario Thousand Year Door did everything, and it did it better. I can't tell you how many times I've started 64, and when I went to attack, I went to do a stylish.
Oh no, I do that every time I play the
Yeah.
game. I press the A button in between jumps every single time.
Yeah, it's like that's a sign that whatever happened in the later games was so influential that you're doing it in the old games.
Yeah. I feel like Paper Mario 64 gets underappreciated a lot.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people just talk about how good Thousand Year Door is, and Thousand Year Door is an amazing game. But its 64, I think, is just as good, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have trouble thinking of, oh god, I hate this level.
No.
Yeah, I have trouble, like, I go back and play 64, like, almost every year. Because
Okay.
it is such an awesome game. It is, one I remember, like, Thousand Year Door, I played that game a lot, but I don't think I do not go back to it nearly as much as I do 64.
Yeah. Now, chat's also asking, and we should probably jump on this sooner than later.
Yeah.
Super.
Oh god.
I love it.
I love it too. It's my number. It's my number 2 in that ranking. I think it's my number 2 favorite. But Origami King really did come close. Even though I love 64 so much, I think Origami King did so many things that just hit me.
Yeah.
Like,
I can tell you right now, if you played Super, right?
Yeah, I played Super.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna game over.
Do you remember Mimi? Mimi was the I think she was the one where you were locked in the hotel or something, and then she was like a spider.
Yeah.
And it was real creepy when like her head spun around and it made like a creepy noise, like that crackling.
Oh yeah,
of her neck turning around.
Yeah.
That kind of creepiness. If you like that, you're gonna need to play Origami King.
Yeah.
It has a few moments where it's just like, okay, this ain't Paper Mario at all. I'm a little terrified.
It does a lot of things where you're like, holy shit, this is Paper Mario.
Yeah, holy crap.
Super Paper Mario, like, is like certainly. I guess you know what I was talking about how Paper Mario isn't as out there as Mario and Luigi. I was thinking almost exclusively of 64 and Thousand Year Door. I forgot just how bizarre.
Yeah.
Like, thinking about the game now, where you have the random Dragon Quest fight with the 3 chain chomps and the and the dating sim section and the alien who's stuck in the bathroom for the whole chapter and stuff like that. Yeah, Super's bizarre. Okay, I completely forgot about that. But
in the most delightful way.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, I get Super Paper Mario is a game I respect and that I like. I enjoy the story to Super Paper Mario. I have trouble going back to actually play it because I find the platforming itself to be very like simple and not super fun.
Yeah.
And the combat is also pretty boring because it's just. It's just jumping on people.
It's platforming combat, and that's just sort of what it is. So, and that's the thing. I think that, I mean, obviously, as a Paper Mario RPG game, it's terrible because it's not really that kind of combat system.
Yeah.
But I always use the argument that while it's not what you expected, and that's jarring at first. Yeah. Once you've gotten past that. Look at the rest of the game. I always talk about, Paper Mario 64 and Thousand Year Door are great Paper Mario games. What's not a great Paper Mario game? Mass Effect.
Yeah.
It's a terrible Paper Mario game. But that doesn't make it not good. It just means that it's not the best Paper Mario game. And that's how I look at Super Paper Mario. Like everybody, I remember when it first came out, everybody's like, oh, it's not even an RPG. It's like a platformer. Like, okay, but is it like a good platformer?
That's my thing about it is that it's an okay platformer and it's an okay action RPG that does neither spectacularly, in my opinion. Like I don't like for Mario platformer combat, I don't want to have to jump on the Goomba twice in order to kill it. So it slows stuff. It slows the combat feels slow for action RPG standards, but not deep by platformer standards. So the story in Super Paper Mario is like one of the best in RPGs that I've seen. Like, so I respect Super Paper Mario a lot. I just very rarely want to go back and play it.
Yeah, I was talking. I think it was Ryan. We were talking about this maybe last week, and I think it was him that I was talking to, and he said it pretty perfectly. It's a great game. It's difficult to play in long stretches.
Yes.
It's tough to play that game for like a 6-8 hour run. Like, you do get to, no matter how much you like the game, the combat is very much like, I think it's just because the combat and the traveling are the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, you got one gameplay loop.
That's it. So it's a little bit different. You know, the whole the fastest way for me to fix the game is to remove certain aspects of it, which is like the 3D part. I love flipping the 3D thing. I love that. Yeah. I hated that it was only Mario.
Yeah. If they gave it to everybody and gave Mario something else special that he could do, it would be a 10 times better game.
Not even just that.
Tedious.
Like, if they just give you more to do with the other characters, because you really don't need the other characters outside of Chapter 7 and the chapter that you get them in.
Yeah.
And it's very infrequently. Like, there's reasons to use, like, Peach for certain boss fights, because she can block attacks from above with her parasol. But it's... I don't know. It's the thing to me with Super is I would have absolutely loved to see them try a Super 2. Because there's so much promise there, and they never really hit it in the second gear. But like story-wise, probably the best Mario story of all time.
Up there for sure. Up there for sure.
Super Paper Mario.
New Super Paper Mario.
No, don't do that. My God. I didn't like the new Mario franchise, so I was no, God, don't call anything that.
You can play it on your new Nintendo Switch.
Ugh. But listen, I'd rather take old Horizons.
Oh man. So you don't like any of the new Paper Mario games? Not new Paper Mario, so new Super Mario Brothers games.
Nope. Don't like them. I don't like the extra slidey mechanics. Where he feels like he feels like he's on ice. So he like whenever you run, there's like a little bit of a start that he has to get. I never like that. The wall clinging. Sometimes it works for me. Sometimes it's okay. The one with the, what is it? A squirrel?
Was that one? Yeah.
Oh my God. I every time I get the squirrel, I die. Because I accidentally cling on a wall or something, and then I panic because I think I'm doing the wrong thing. Like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I always end up dying. So I avoid that power up like the plague.
Yeah, the cat was an infinitely better squirrel suit.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like them. There was just something about them that I wasn't a fan of. And I think it was just the physical mechanics of the characters moving around.
So somebody had asked earlier about a game that you know is good, but you don't like. For me, Mario 3D World. That's one for me. I do not like Mario 3D World, even though I understand that it is a perfectly fine platformer with perfectly good level design and whatever. It's just... I get put to sleep playing that game.
I don't get put to sleep. I don't like isometric platforming. I don't like the idea when the games are presented to you on that sort of angle, like Sonic 3D World. Is that what it was? Sonic 3D World
Blast.
Yeah. 3D Blast, where it's like an isometric angled. It's like playing Q*bert all the damn time.
Well, so the thing with 3D World, I will defend it a little bit there, is that you could control the camera angle in 3D World.
Yeah, that made it better. That definitely made it better.
Because to me, 3D World is kind of what I wanted out of Galaxy 2 to some extent, which I know is weird to say, but I don't know. Galaxy 2 never really did it for me, even though that's exactly what I wanted them to make. Like, once I played Galaxy, I was like, oh, I really want more of this, but in like a challenging game.
Okay.
And they gave us that with Galaxy 2, but like the later worlds in 3D World feel like, all right, let's take Galaxy 2 and just crank it up even more. And it just kind of hit it for me. And it's why I'm both hopeful for and cautious about an Odyssey 2, because they might do what I want, but also it might not be what I want, and it might be kind of actually, I guess, like Galaxy 2, where it's a game that I like it more, or I should like it more, but I don't.
Do you want Odyssey 2 to be more platforming based?
I want Odyssey 2 to flesh out any of the transformations that they do. Like I want
Yeah.
more. I want more meat to anything in Odyssey. I love Odyssey 1, but Odyssey 1 is very surface level with almost every mechanic it has.
Yeah.
By design.
You know what? I can understand that. I
exactly.
can understand that mindset.
Yeah, it definitely is by design. You can tell that was the point, but it's
Yeah.
like it's halfway through the point. You should have said, "Wow, there might be actually a better way to do this."
Yeah, and I love that feeling of having the different ways you can do everything, and then the transformations and all of the different ways you like how sandboxy it truly is. But it's sort of like I don't know, in Breath of the Wild, there's a lot of mechanics that are somewhat shallow, but there's a lot of systems that you can use in complex ways. Like you can string electricity together with metal swords and make your own circuit for some of the path or some of the shrines.
Yeah. That
Like-
was. I mean, who of us didn't just? What was that one where the ball drops in?
Oh,
and
flip
you
it
have
around.
to move it around the maze,
Yep,
or you
yep.
just flip the whole thing upside down.
There was one in the DLC. It was the one where you had to do the it was essentially a pachinko game, where you had to get the ball using ice platforms on a waterfall. You needed to use the ice thingy.
I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, that one. I could not get that to go the way I needed it to, so I just made a series of stairs with the ice platforms and continued to climb them, and then punched the rock to where it needed to go.
Yeah,
And you could do that. Like that's the thing. You could do that, and Odyssey has some of that, and it has so many good moments of just pure joy. But I want to see a little bit more depth to any one mechanic, even not necessarily all of them. Just give me a little more, rather than throwing a lot of things.
Yeah, I just hope that they stick with the structure, because I think I want them to keep doing, or at the very least, like, make it clear that they're not going to abandon them. Because I feel like when before Odyssey came out, people had abandoned hope of there being another Mario game in the vein of 64 and Sunshine.
Yeah, and to be fair, they kind of really didn't get that. Like Odyssey really isn't that when you think about it. Which it's an extension of that, but it's very much its own thing by the quickly into the game.
Yeah. But it also I find it much better than either of those games, so that's not too that big of a deal for me, because I cannot go back and play Mario Sunshine ever again. I just I feel like
is it the game itself, or is it just the idea of the collectibles and all of that
so
stuff?
like I have no problem with the collectathon aspect of it. It's the controls I think have aged. I find them pretty stiff whenever I go back and play Sunshine, and also I find many of the levels to be obnoxious as well.
Yeah, actually, the thing for me, I would say Sunshine is the game that I know it's good. That's the one that I can't stand.
There you go.
It's because for me the thing is, I've had buddies argue that they've very much improved the mechanics from 64 to Sunshine. I don't know that I agree with that, but that notwithstanding, no matter how good the mechanics are, it's hard for me to get into the game when every locale at the end of the day, for the most part, comes down to that beach aesthetic. There's not much variance in the areas, even if there are there are different levels that do look different, but at the end of the day, you're still kind of gonna be in a sunny-ish beach for most of it.
Yeah. There's no difference in atmosphere.
Yeah, and
there's difference in graphics, but not of the atmosphere of the areas that you're in.
Yeah, like it's still a vacation the entire game, and that's cool. But I don't know. It didn't do it for me.
Yeah, I didn't really play it. I never really cared to. I watched John play it a little bit, and I was like, yeah, this is not interesting to me.
Yeah,
none of this is really. I mean, I was never a huge fan of 3D platformers, so right off the bat, it's I'm like poisoned against it. But watching it, I was just like, I don't know. It felt like a collectathon, and it just didn't do it for me.
Yeah, if you don't like collectathons, I don't think you would probably like it. Like I'm trying to think. Like you probably even though I think it's very good in its genre, you probably wouldn't like either of the Banjo games. Then
No, don't like them.
Yeah,
don't like them. I don't like any of the Banjo, ukulele. Everybody's like ukulele. Oh my god, it's like spiritual successor to Banjo. It's like great, another spirit. I don't like.
Did you play ukulele in the Impossible Lair?
No.
That's
the platformer one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that one I think you might like.
That one is. It's. I would say it's the best Donkey Kong Country game. I would say.
So one thing I didn't say when we were talking about that last time we were talking about Yooka-Laylee.
Yeah.
One of the things to me about that game is that might be the single best comeback any like franchise has had. Like, it went from a game that like Yooka-Laylee was kind of done after the first game. Like, I know it was in Brawlhalla and they were trying to continue with something, but like that reputation was done. Like, it's like if Mighty Number 9 made a good game that wasn't Gunvolt Burst made by Inti. And, like, because Impossible Lair just absolutely killed it.
Yooka-Laylee felt like it was riding the fact that it was Yooka-Laylee too hard, and it never turned into its own thing.
I can understand that view.
You know, it stayed the spiritual, like the spiritual successor to something is a great way to kick it off, but it has to find its own identity at some point. You know, we're at a point where when you make Bloodstained 2, it's going to be Bloodstained 2. It's not going to be another spiritual successor to Castlevania.
Yeah.
And Bloodstained's very good about that. Like,
Bloodstained's also a phenomenal game. I love that game.
They did a great, like, that's one of the probably the best handled Kickstarter game of the major ones. Besides Shovel Knight, but of the revival.
Yeah, I was going to say Shovel Knight. Well, Hollow Knight I heard was pretty good. But Hollow Knight's another one that because I'm playing through that now. That's another one that, like, I don't know. I felt like it dropped. It never had the popularity as a Shovel Knight or a Shantae or anything.
No, it really didn't.
It got like an underground popularity to it. It's weird.
Yeah,
which is ironic considering the story.
Yeah. Hollow Knight I find to be good. It's interesting to see a Metroidvania play more off of not just Metroid than Castlevania, but the original Metroid than Castlevania, because that game is very much a modern take on the original Metroid. It is, it is super open. There's not a lot of power-ups. You actually can do pretty much anything in any order versus a lot of Metroidvanias where the game kind of pretends that you can do anything in any order a lot of the time. Hollow Knight I found was really, really good. But anyway,
I'm playing through it now. I like it. There's some fundamental issues that I'm having with it, but ultimately it's a good game. It's really good.
Yeah. It's
just I'm having some problems with some of the mechanics and structures.
What specifically bothers you?
It's one of those things where it's a lot of little things, but it's a lot of little things.
Okay.
I don't like the fact that, so you've got this notch system where that's how you have your equipables, is that you can only equip a certain amount based on how many notches you have. Why do I need an item to see myself on the map?
Oh yeah, that's annoying. Yeah,
those are things, and there's things in there that feel like they were put in there specifically for you to sort of hinder you, but not in the right way. Like, obviously enemies are put in the game to hinder you. The fact that there's pushback when I hit something with my sword, and then there's an item that you can equip to take the pushback away. It sort of feels like, so you kind of did that on purpose. Like, there's no functional reason that the pushback is there except for you to force me to equip an item to take it away. And it's just not a standard thing, so you kind of went out of your way to do that. Like, I need you have to have an item equipped for you to see yourself on the map. You also have to buy the icons to see other things on the map.
Oh yeah, and that was added in an update. They didn't have the ability to mark the map at all in the original, from what I hear.
Well, not even just to mark the map on your own, but like if I open my map and I want to see where all the benches are, I have to pay for something that makes benches viewable on the map. And those are it's a lot of little things like that are like, really I can see why you think that's a fun idea. Like, we have to make people get these things, but like, that's not something you should have to get.
There was a similar thing that always bugged me in Last of Us 1, how Joel, this super hardened, gun smuggler, was so bad at aiming weapons as part of the game mechanics, but you could pay your in-game experience to make yourself aim better.
Yeah, it's in that situation, it's totally counter to what the character is.
Yeah, it's just don't take away things just to make us re-earn them. That's one of that's actually a problem with a lot of Metroid games I've had. But I don't know.
I feel like that a lot of the time that's adding them trying to add RPG mechanics into games that don't need RPG mechanics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And that's okay, but there are ways that you can do it.
Yeah.
Like there are different ways that you can do it. You upgrade. When you talk about something like that, where he should be a marksman, or at least really good with a gun. So then you upgrade the gun. You make the gun the thing that upgrades, because the guy, or halfway through the game he realizes he needs glasses, and then when you get him glasses, all of a sudden his aim is better. I mean, that's a goofy one, but I just think that there's ways to, if you really, really want to incorporate things like RPG elements, there are ways to do it and not reduce your character's abilities just to put them back.
Yeah.
Is it as bad as a $10 save file? No, it's not that bad.
Wait, hold on. What game are we making fun of? And
that was Survive. Metal Gear Survive, I think.
Yeah.
Metal Gear. Oh, I thought that was a yay, but no, Konami also makes sense. Oh god, wow, that's awful.
Yeah, it was because it was like a whole thing where I don't think it was permadeath, but I don't remember a lot about Metal Gear Survive, so I don't want to speak to it too much. But there was a whole thing about how they made it so that you could pay $10 to have a second save file, because you also had to pay in-game money to use your experience or something. Like it was baffling. Like that game is.
I remember I could have sworn that there was some sort of mechanic where you could share with another save file, or they didn't want you sharing with another save file.
That might have been it. Yeah.
Which is why they kept it at one, but then you could pay for a second one. But it's just like, and that was my biggest thing, was that I didn't understand how that worked exactly. Normally it's one save file per profile on your video game system. So why wouldn't you just have a second profile? But then it was because there was some sort of interactivity between the save files or something. That was what I understood was going on.
Yeah, I think it was an in-game money thing, because they were trying to make the currency like a pseudo currency for exchanging and shit.
I've got 20 gearbucks.
Oh man.
No, oh my god, they should have been coins, and they should have been called Metal Gears. They should have looked like little gears, and that's what the in-game currency was.
Oh,
buy 5 Metal Gears for $6.99.
Joy said there's no permanent, so I was wrong on that. You just have to spend $10 to make $10 to have a second playthrough, and everything in the game is locked behind a paywall of some sort. That I remember. Like it was fascinatingly bad.
Colonel, I'm calling collect. Please accept the charges.
My wallet's dummy thick.
Oh.
I don't think kids know what call collect means anymore, so I don't know.
All right, so I'm going to announce right now we're adding Metal Gear Survive to the Metal Gear bid war. So if you want a full playthrough of Metal Gear Survive, please donate, not just so that we can reach that goal in the bid war, but also so that Johnny can afford to play the game in order to do it.
Hey, John has to pay the $10 to make a save file.
Oh, God. But what were we talking? Oh, yeah, Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. You said you did not play that yet.
I did not play that.
You will like that. It is a Donkey Kong Country game that is like the rare Donkey Kong Country games, not the Retro Studios ones, but also way better than the rare ones. It is absolutely like one of the best 2D platformers I've played in a long time.
Yeah, yeah, because the SNES Donkey Kongs, they were good, but I wasn't as crazy. I didn't go as bananas for them as everybody else does.
Yeah, no. I'm not a huge fan of them. They're fine. There's nothing wrong with them.
Yeah.
But there's nothing outstanding about them. Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair is absolutely like the best take on those. There is still some collectible elements to them because there's an overworld, but it's more like a Zelda, like it's like a 2D Zelda overworld.
They feel extra.
It feels like its own game is also the thing. Like it feels like its own really well-made game on top of the really well-made platformer.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good. See, I don't mind that. I don't mind when there's collectible aspects to the game. What I don't like is when it just feels like the point.
Yeah. No, it's the overworld is about like exploring and solving puzzles to access more platformer levels, and also to like alter the overworld in such a way, because if you like, for one example, like if you the levels take place in books. So if you jump, there's a pot of honey next to one of the books, and if you spill it onto the book, then the level is covered in honey, and it plays way differently.
Yeah, like there's an A
Okay.
side and B side to every level in the game.
It is one of the best 2D. I would say probably top 10 2D platformers for me.
And what's it on?
It's
Everything. Switch, PC, PS4.
I think it's on Steam. I know it was free on Epic for a little while.
Okay. Because
Yeah.
I remember was it the Pikmin? Hey Pikmin?
Yeah.
That was like
yeah.
a platformer, but it was only on 3DS, and that's
Yeah.
what drew me away from it.
What
no,
should
this
drive
is-
you away from Hey Pikmin is the fact that it's mediocre and not very good. Like, they could have done a lot of things for a Pikmin spin-off. I have no idea why they chose 2D platformer for their Pikmin spin-off. That just does not make any sense to me. So it's
And
like,
I'll also say, if you like Yoshi's Island, Greg, it's also kind of like it's got a little bit of Yoshi's Island to it.
Okay.
Impossible Lair. It's an interesting hybrid because it uses a lot more of like Yoshi's Island has like a more like not a room structure, but it like Impossible Lair uses like rooms a lot more where there's like
Is it-
secondary side. Go ahead.
Is there a crying baby?
No. But you can get
we're off to a great start.
when you get hit, Laylee will go flying around, and Yuka can grab her to regain the hit. And so she flies around like the baby for a little bit, but without screaming.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it was the crying that I know it's a cliche.
she
yeah.
does go like,
Like-
kind of, but it's not as grating.
It's very quiet too. It's
Okay,
like-
that's fine.
Fun fact, psychologically speaking, the baby's cry is like shown to be a baby crying is supposed to be what was one of the things that will produce more stress in someone than anything else. And that's on purpose because if the baby's crying, it means it needs something. And it can't do anything for itself because it's an infant. So
Which sounds fine, as you know, like it will create urgency in the player, or it'll make the player turn the game off. 'Cause they don't
unfortunately,
wanna-
if you
deal
have
with it.
children, you can't just turn the children off as much
well,
as some
and
parents
that-
would want to.
And that's why, as a child mechanic, it was designed very well. the devs of children did a great job.
You want to know what? You know how, like, in school, they make you take care of the egg or the bag of flour
Yeah, yeah.
for
Which I didn't
child
get to
caring?
do. I didn't get to
They
go,
should have
yeah.
you play Yoshi's Island instead.
Oof. I mean, if we might as well just use a Tamagotchi for that.
supposedly, according to somebody in chat, the reason they made Baby Mario so annoying is because in the original it wasn't annoying enough, so they made him even more annoying in the Game Boy Advance version.
Oh, wait, they made him even more annoying in the Game Boy Advance version?
Supposedly, I'm not a huge Yoshi's Island guy, I'll admit. I've played enough of one, but I never really played the spin-offs or the.
I
the
played
remaster-
Yoshi's
the
Island
remake.
DS a lot because I got that as a gift. And Yoshi's Woolly World is phenomenal. That's my favorite Yoshi game.
No, Woolly World is really, really good.
Yeah. Crafted World is
Oh, no.
fine. It is.
They're saying that they meant from the prototype of the game. The
Oh,
GBA
okay.
remake actually made the
Gotcha.
crying
That makes
less
sense.
annoying.
Okay. All right.
That makes
That sounds right.
Yeah. Because I can't imagine making that. The only way you're gonna make that more annoying than it was on Super Nintendo is that after 10 seconds, like it calls and orders like pizzas to my house.
It plays the Sonic 2 drowning theme.
Yeah. Right?
Oh,
Or
man.
it makes me play a game of perfection.
Oh, my buddy Justin just said in chat. So we played Woolly World at his house the one time, and we were just playing it together. And I had played a little bit of it, but I didn't play much. And we played the first level together, and I had forgotten that Miiverse existed. And so I was like, wait, why the hell is there, like, why do you have somebody's Mii on the screen? And he goes, oh, that's Miiverse. And we walk up to see what they say, and the little Miiverse bubble pops up and says, this game is trash. Please make a good game. Right next to where level 1 is. Just amazing.
Oh, me.
Somebody died in level 1, you can tell.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's hard to die in that game.
Remember the Super Mario 3D stamp that was the cloud of, like, the puff cloud? And everybody made all the characters farting in the Miiverse posts? Never change Miiverse. Actually, do change, because you died before the Nintendo Wii Shop channel did.
That's sad. I never thought about that.
It did, though. Which is
Yeah.
very sad, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Woolly World is stellar. Crafted World, like you were saying, it's okay, it's good. I got it for $1 because Target glitched the one time, so I'm happy with my purchase.
For $1, it's a fantastic game.
Yeah, for $1, hell yeah. But it's very slow for a game that wants you to complete it.
You have to play each level like 3 times if you want to 100% it.
Yeah, if not more, because yeah.
3 times if you're doing it perfectly.
Yeah.
Let me go up the wall, Jesus. Okay. I have still to this day not played the original Yoshi's Island, which I know a lot of people consider to be the best one. My excuse for a while was that they hadn't ported it to anything good, but now I have no excuse because I have the Switch Online. So one day I'll do it.
Yeah, it's one of those where I do want to sit down and play it, but I just haven't had the urge to in full. Past I played like up to World 2, and then I'm like, all right, I'm good.
One game I did play some of Yoshi's New Island, which is not very good. That game I find incredibly monotonous for the most part, and it also is probably I would say not Woolly World. Crafted World has worse music than New Island in some places, but New Island does have very bad music as well, which is normally not a problem with a Nintendo game. I can name the number of bad soundtracks they've done on like one hand.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Have you heard the Yoshi's New Island title theme?
I don't think I have.
Do yourself a disservice. Go onto YouTube right now and look up the Yoshi's New Island title theme.
Okay, let me see what I'm in for here. The suspense. Did they record this on? Oh,
yeah, yep.
Oh,
yep. A real person made that music.
Did they record that actually in somebody's garage? Because the reverb is atrocious. Oh my god! And not even just counting the weird MIDI screaming. Holy shit!
Yup.
That's ooh. No, I'm good. I don't ever want to.
All right. Back. Sorry.
It's all right. Have you ever heard the title screen music for Yoshi's New Island?
No.
You should do yourself a disservice and look it up right now.
I just did, so we'll have two first reactions.
Hold on. What is it? What am I? Am I gonna suffer?
Probably.
Yoshi's New Island. Is that what it is?
Yoshi's New Island title screen.
New Island title theme. All right.
And that's not even the worst track in the game.
Yoshi's New Island music #2 title screen.
Yep, that one. That's one.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Great stuff, isn't it?
Vibing. This sort of like jungle type theme?
No, that's the main theme of the game. That's the title screen.
Where'd the guitar come from?
I don't know. Yeah.
Just make every game's theme Yoshi's Story, and we'll have a good time.
It's like tribal kazoo.
Yeah.
Right? That's
we should get Karo to play the Yoshi's New Island theme on kazoo.
Dude, I don't know. I'm kind of vibing to it though.
Oh man.
What do you think, chat? Yoshi's New Island music #2 or #2 for the younger people title screen. It's on YouTube right now. What do you think? Absolute trash or certified banger?
I like someone said this is why Yoshi is sorry.
It's the kind of music that makes you cheat on your taxes. Hot jams.
I can't believe that the IRS actually managed to make a genre of music illegal, but they did it. Oh wait, hold on. Why the hell am I trying to explore the overworld with the charger?
Absolute garbage. Trashy banger.
It sounded like a kazoo got a vasectomy.
Yeah, and then started like halfway through started to have sex with the guitar. Like it's if it stayed that way, it'd be fine. But then there's that sort of guitar that came in, that acoustic guitar. It's like, where the hell did you come from?
Yeah, man.
Worst theme. Yoshi's Island, that song right there, Yoshi's New Island, or Step into the Grand Tour.
You see, I know the one you're talking, like Welcome to the Grand Tour, Dragon Ball.
For the Dragon Ball GT American theme.
I am not a huge Dragon Ball person, so I don't really know that one as well. Somebody brought up the Resident Evil basement theme as another potential banger. Question mark.
Grand Tour is laughably bad. Grand Tour is great. As actual banger. Look, people are so like torn on it.
I guess people actually like the Grand Tour.
Okay. So it was a goofy sort of campy song. The problem is it just did not feel like it fit Dragon Ball at all.
Oh, damn it!
Oh, it goes down.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a 3-second delay. Not bad.
Yeah, no, we are on low latency, so it shouldn't be that bad, I think. Yeah. This is my least favorite part of the game, I think, is World 5. It is... I don't know why they have... Everything's really stretched out, and it's just not super fun to me. So, yeah.
It's never fun when it's really stretched out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the hub worlds in Splatoon. They're certainly not my favorite parts of the single player, but I don't hate them. I just don't get why this one has to be super stretched out and you can't just get from point to point as easily.
Somebody said there's a Smash remix of the Yoshi's New Island theme, and
Yeah, there is.
Apparently it's not as bad. I don't know. I guess I'll
it's better. The melody itself isn't good, but at least the instruments are real instruments and not made from chewing gum in someone's basement.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to listen to that now.
I'm pulling it up now too.
Oh, it's like a completely different song.
Yeah, no, it's complete. It's almost unrecognizable in some ways.
Yeah, it is completely unrecognizable. No, yeah, that's not even the same thing. I just stopped. I turned it off. Like
This does not live up to the grand legacy of Yoshi's New Island's theme song.
Yeah.
Garbage.
This isn't funny at all.
Actual trash.
So, as a friendly reminder, we are currently at $10,330 of our updated $15,000 goal to hit all of our stretch incentive goals for this event. We still have a few days left to hit that goal. Actually, we still have 6 days left to hit that goal.
Yes.
Technically 6 days. If you want to donate, you can hit the donate button down below. If you don't want to donate or you already have donated, that's totally fine. By all means, you can just hang out and chat and help entertain us and keep us trying to entertain you, hopefully. And you can share the stream on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, anywhere like that. You can make fan art. Fan art is amazing, and it'll get the word out probably better than anything else. Anything that you can contribute in any way really does help.
I only just noticed. Sorry, you keep on going.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I only just noticed that they have these lights on the saucers that indicate which saucers fly by which spots.
Oh, that's a nice little.
That at least it's. I mean, I played this game for 3 years and didn't notice that. So maybe it's a little too subtle. But all right.
And at $11,000, remind everybody who has to play arms.
That's who I am playing arms.
Oh, so you drew the short straw. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you like it? Do you like arms or?
I don't mind arms. I'm gonna say I haven't practiced yet, so we'll see if I still like arms. But I didn't mind it. I just wish that it was not a game that had motion controls. I think that really held it back more than it needed to. The rest of it is fine. I think there's also still some fundamental problems with how they did the randomized kind of gimmicky glove handouts for each character.
Wait, they're randomized?
It's not randomized, but you have to play the mini game to get them for each character individually.
It's
so, like, if you want to get the
loot
lightning
box.
glove,
It's
sort of
randomized loot boxes, but you got to do something for it.
Yeah, and like the mini game's fun. It's just I didn't like that. Unless they changed it, every character had to do it individually. So you had to unlock the same gloves for every character, which means that if you wanted to play this game competitively, you had to grind for 15 hours to get every character's things.
Oh, so like if you liked the boomerang one for certain characters,
you had to hope you would get it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It was inevitable that you would, but
yeah. See that, and that's just. I mean, that's the sort of thing. It's as far as a competitive atmosphere where you're thinking, okay, I want to try and play this game competitively. You're gonna play it for that long anyway. It's like the people who complain games like Call of Duty, like, oh, I have to play 50 hours in order to unlock this gun. If you're trying to play competitively, you're going to play it for 50 hours minimum.
Yeah. It's more the addition of the mini game and the slight randomization factor to it. It's sort of like getting the custom moves in Smash 4.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Which made Smash 4's custom move competitive scene obsolete, or non-existent.
And that, I think the thing that made it non-existent was, it is probably a different subject. You couldn't use them in the competitive setting. Like, you couldn't use them online. I don't think most tournaments, I don't think allowed you to bring customized characters. So there was just kind of felt like no point to it at all.
Yeah.
Part of that is just due to the attitude of the competitive Smash community. Like, they wouldn't allow customized moves, probably, even if they were all unlocked from the start, and even if they were available online, because that's just the attitude that they have. Yeah. But at the same time, it certainly didn't help. They impeded the process of giving you those extra moves, versus something like you didn't have to unlock the Omega forms of each stages and the hazardless forms of each stages in Smash 5. They just let you have them, and so the fact that there's no the fact that people don't let a lot of the stages in, even though there is a hazardless version of every stage, is mostly just due to what the competitive community deems acceptable or not, which is a different discussion entirely.
Yeah, they look at the variations, like and that's just and it's funny, like, going back to ARMS. We talk about the competitive scene. My problem with because I actually looked at that game and thought, oh, it looks like a cool fighting game. I love the aesthetic of it. It might be fun to play in some semi-competitive way. Even with the touch, like if you remove the touch controls, the tilt controls or whatever, and you just use the buttons, it still felt random almost. There was an inaccuracy to the punches that, to me, was you can't have in a competitive game.
That's interesting, because if I remember correctly, and my buddy Justin will correct me if I'm wrong, as will other people in chat, but I know he will. ARMS, I think, is one of the only games that Nintendo's ever made that uses rollback netcode, meaning that when there is lag, it will it auto. I don't know how to explain rollback netcode well.
No. I know. No, what I'm talking about is when I throw a punch, I expect the punch to go forward.
Oh, yes.
And sometimes it would go forward and a little bit to the right or a little bit to the left, which is, you could try and explain that with, okay, you're using the motion controls. When I turned the motion controls off and I was using the buttons, it was still kind of doing that.
Yeah, that's fair. It was dependent on stick inputs, but it was a little bit wobbly, just because springy arms. So I definitely get that.
But that's not the sort of thing you want in a fighting game. If you any hardcore fighting game fan will tell you that you want to remove as much randomization as you can, and the idea of having certain things random, it's not a pleasurable experience. It's like playing a fighting game, but there's ice physics on the ground.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that would have been helped if they just didn't have the motion controls entirely, because you would be able to see them. They'd be able to add more than just 2 button options. For left and right punch, and then jump and block or dodge. You'd be able to add 1 or 2 other things to the game, because you can use all 4 buttons on the Switch on the face buttons. but also it would allow them to try and be a little bit more precise than trying to make Wii Sports boxing for some reason.
Yeah.
But you said it's like it actually has rollback netcode, because that's like the kind of netcode that's the good kind of netcode people like.
Yeah,
right?
Skullgirls uses it, I think. Them's Fighting Herds uses it.
There's a game called There's Fighting Herds.
Them's Fighting Herds. It's a so Them's Fighting Herds. I wasn't sure if everybody had heard of this one or not. Some years back, there was a group that was making a My Little Pony fighting game called My Little Pony Fighting is Magic, and they had move sets. They had character designs. They had all the animations and everything. I actually played a little bit of it. It was really good. It was a really solid fighting game, and Hasbro told them to take it down. They did not want their characters being used without their permission. They didn't want their characters being used in a fighting game because it was aggressive for what My Little Pony was. So they made them take it down. Lauren Faust, who designed the new My Little Pony, and I think she also did Powerpuff Girls.
I think she did the new Powerpuff Girls as well.
She did the new Powerpuff Girls. My understanding is that she contacted them and said, I heard what happened. I'm going to design 6 new characters specifically for you. These are your characters. You're allowed to do whatever you want. The fighting game engine that they were using was also, because it was developed as a My Little Pony game, was also part of the takedown. So they got Lauren did not touch the new Powerpuff Girls. Okay, they're saying that Lauren did not touch it.
She did something else though. I don't remember what.
I know she did something else. I forget what it was. But then they managed. I guess the developers of Skullgirls got in touch with them or something.
Whoa!
And they are using a similar engine to the Skullgirls engine.
That's hella impressive. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a wild. It's a wild game too. If you've ever played the game, if anybody's ever played it, it's actually a really rock solid fighting game. There's just some issues as far as the skill gap is gigantic. Once you're kind of good at the game, you will immediately dominate anybody who's kind of not good, and anybody who's really high level, you almost feel like you don't have a chance.
And you play as horses.
Different characters. There's only 6 characters. Hold on, let me see if I can remember. There's a reindeer who uses like ice powers. There is a lamb that uses other little animals to assist her. There's the alpaca, which is my character. There is a unicorn, and
that sounds really cute though.
There's a horse, and then there's one other, but the character designs are fantastic. The way that they're all designed is just remarkable. I can't remember what the last character was.
Is it
a horse? There actually was a horse. There was one horse. I want to say it was Dakota, but I don't think it was.
And is the game like out and done?
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's out. It's got a single player mode to it. And obviously, and of course, there's the competitive sort of mode to it. It definitely needs to be fleshed out more. It's only 6 characters. The single player mode is some sort of adventure type mode. It's not really a fighting game mode where you fight all the other competitors and then you battle a boss or something. Like there's no boss character. You know, there's a lot that needs to be added to the game for it to feel like a fully realized fighting game. But for what they have is amazing.
Yeah, that sounds really good. Wow.
Yeah,
It's okay. It's a longma, which is like a dragon horse, and then a cow are the other 2 characters.
Okay, you can play as a cow.
Yeah, Arizona was the cow.
That sounds like I would play a fighting game where you can play as a cow.
Yeah, it's really good.
Okay, I'll have to.
Yeah, I play as the alpaca. I want merch for the game, really.
Just as a quick update for you, Ted.
Yes.
Johnny is running into some issues with the storm that is happening.
Okay.
With the internet, so you might not be able to practice Kid Icarus. We might have to audible to you doing that next.
Okay.
Potentially.
Okay. That will be fine.
I can hang out.
Yeah.
We'll figure out.
We would have to take a 10-minute break in between games. if that's the case, just so that I can eat something.
Yeah, same. I gotta
But
get
I would be fine going straight to Kid Icarus after that. It'll be fine because I am being shameless and playing the game with save states anyway. And I got past the underworld, which is the hardest part. So,
Save states, but did you even really beat the game?
no, I guess I'm not. I'm a fake gamer boy. Yeah.
So with that, we do have a couple more donations that I want to jump into really
Sweet.
quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have a $5 donation from Ian Bow. In Crafted World, the overworld music is fine for 4 worlds, and then the last world they bring the fucking kazoo back. Put this to Advanced 3 and listen to the Crafted World coin song.
Oh,
I'm gonna post that link
Oh,
they posted
God.
for me in Twitch chat. That way everyone can see that. And then I will click that in a moment. And then I already put that to Advanced 3. That's already in there. Spizario donated $5. Donating one last time. Great job getting to 10K. Hopefully we'll get to 13K so that Ted can play Pikmin 2. I love 2 as much as
Yay.
the rest. Parentheses. I love Hey Pikmin, by the way. But I have to be in a specific mood to play it, unlike the others. Someday I'll beat it 100% in a single day. Piclopedia is the best song with the flavor text and incorporated into the journals in the treasures. If only it was in 3. Hey Pikmin has it, so that's a plus for that. So to show
Piclopedia is great. I will say that.
so to show some love, put my donation to Mario Party 5. Maybe it'll snipe just like Tiki. Hashtag Pikmin turns 20 next year. Oh my god, it does.
Jesus Christ.
yeah.
God.
Ooh.
I will put that Mario Party.
Oh yeah, Neon Mole. Yeah, that's the rewind button.
So we have our Mario Party 5 is on the board.
Oh, really? Wasn't even there.
And it didn't have anything. Okay. So that is in. I'm gonna refresh again because I did refresh a little bit ago. And okay, so we are caught up. We're at $10,340 right now,
Nice.
which is again fantastic. It's absolutely amazing.
I was not expecting to get $10,000 yesterday before we finished. Fire.
Yeah, because I saw it slowing down while I was doing some of my recording.
Yeah.
And I figured, oh, we'd hit it in the morning, and then
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
kept going.
People really wanted to see it happen before the end of the night. I think
Which is
was
awesome.
was what happened. Also, Fire Emblem Warriors is a special kind of hell. That game is not to be played and beaten.
didn't think it'd be that long. I didn't think it was that much going in. I thought it was like a showcase game. I didn't think that
No, Catherine did the
was
whole
gonna go
thing.
in.
The whole thing.
She is a trooper.
Yeah. It's
How does it compare to Hyrule Warriors? Isn't it the same kind? Is it like beat 'em
it's
up
the
like
same
that?
game but
Yeah.
worse, effectively. Because you know how, like, in Hyrule Warriors, every character is unique and has their own moveset and stuff?
And in Fire Emblem, they all have swords.
Yeah, but not even just that. Like, there's 3 characters on Pegasus, and they all control the same. Half of the sword users don't just feel like they control the same. They, like, actually do control the same.
Okay.
So, like, one of the... Damn, that was awful. One of the, most fun things about a Musou game is, like, okay, what are all the interesting and unique characters I can play as? Well, they're all the same character. So, yeah. And also, like, the story's bad, but you kind of expect that for that kind of fan service sort of crossover sort of thing. So that's not too surprising. It's mostly just that people were annoyed that it was all... it was like half of the representation in that game is just one Fire Emblem game.
Fates, right? Somebody said that in
Fates.
chat. That like half of it is Fates.
Yeah.
So basically, Fire Emblem Warriors had too many Fire Emblem characters.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah. Fire Emblem just ruins every franchise. Oh my god. But yeah, so like Fire Emblem Fates was like the 14th Fire Emblem or something like that. So when you only have representation of like maybe 3 games in a series that's 14 games long, it's a little annoying. So yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem. I don't know.
As a Musou game, it looks like it plays just fine. Like it certainly is a Dynasty Warriors game. So, but it's like you should play. It seems like you can play almost any other one before that one, unless if you absolutely like love specifically the Fire Emblem Fates characters.
there's a reason that Fire Emblem Warriors is pretty much the only Nintendo published Switch game that is not close to full price anymore.
Oh,
Like,
that's
you can find that game for
actually
like
on
$30
sale?
or less. You
Wow.
can find it really cheap a lot of the time.
Yeah, I have seen that go on sale.
Wow, well, at least it's not Codename Steam level sales.
Yeah.
Poor Codename Steam.
Yeah.
Which I
game
still
never
didn't
had a
manage
chance.
to pick up.
Damn it.
I still forgot to pick it up.
Man, I will vouch for that game until the end of time. That is to me the best Fire Emblem game. I know a lot of people say it plays more like Valkyria Chronicles, but it's made by the people who do Fire Emblem. So
I think someone's asking how Codename Steam sales were. I think it sold it was less than 50,000 copies. I'm pretty sure.
oh god, that bad. It was
It had to be something ridiculous.
it was pretty bad. Yeah, it did not.
It was
sell
like
well.
Virtual Boy bad.
Yeah, so
It's a shame. It was a good game.
yeah, it's a fun little game. I just wish that people gave it the credit it deserves. And I'm really annoyed. I've wanted to record a playthrough of it for a long time, but my 3DS capture card's broken and I can't I
And
need
they're
to get it. It's
$600 now.
it's fixable is the thing. It's like the USB part, like the thing the USB dongle goes into it fell off.
Okay.
So it seems like something that if you just solder it back on, it would be fine. I just don't trust myself to do that kind of thing. But I don't know of a good computer shop who would do it nearby.
And I suppose fingers crossed for a Switch releases.
Probably a long shot, I would have to say. Probably not going to happen.
I found somebody listed the North American sales for Codename Steam. This was only, I think, its first couple months, but it only sold 31,000 units here in North America.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Wonderful 101 sold 100,000 copies by that point. So that's Wonderful 101.
Well, that game has a cult following. I don't know how big.
It does. Yeah.
I don't know how big the Codename Steam cult following is, because as far as I know, I'm the only person who talks about that game.
Yeah, not a lot.
Yeah, not a lot.
I played the demo. I didn't even play the full game. I played the demo.
Yeah.
And I liked it. It was fun campiness. It was it was an interesting battle system. I found it very fascinating as far as the battling went. Just I'll admittedly, it had a very weird sort of representation. I mean, when you say Codename Steam, I'm not entirely sure what I'm even supposed to be playing.
Yeah, no, it definitely was probably too weird for its own good if it wanted to be successful.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a lot of those kind of Newgrounds series you would see in the mid 2000s. That kind of energy, where it's it's Goku crossed with Sonic and kind of stuff. Only instead of that, it's Abraham Lincoln crossed with Cthulhu. So it definitely was a very you had to enjoy that kind of atmosphere and tone in order to want to play it. Which a lot of people didn't. A lot of people just thought it was lol, random aliens and Abraham Lincoln, man. Which okay, yeah, I can get. I can understand not liking the aesthetics of it. It was a very strange
Yeah, it's
game.
bizarre, but it's fun.
Yeah.
And here it's not liking the aesthetic and the setting is kind of understandable. But then if I told you, hey, check out this game where these kids shoot what looks like paint at each other. Oh, by the way, they're squids. When you say it out loud, it sounds stupid. And then when you play Splatoon, it's kind of awesome.
Yeah. That's another thing though that the dev team for Splatoon ran into that problem when developing the game. That's we know our game's fun. We don't know how to make it look fun to everybody else.
Yeah, because like I said, when you say it and you write it on paper, it's wow, okay, that's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
And then when you see it in motion, you're okay, it's kind of cool though. And
yeah,
that's how I felt about Codename Steam. If I'd say, hey, it's steampunk American Revolution time period with aliens. It sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then you play and you're okay, it's actually, it's a turn-based first-person RPG. Oh, that okay. I'm on board.
Yeah.
I at least want to see it.
Yeah.
And people did act like they didn't even want to see it.
Yeah. If for $5 you can you definitely there's not a high risk to trying it out. So
Yeah.
I would definitely also Splatoon 2 you should also play if you haven't played it. But I feel like it's like still top 10 Switch games at this point.
Well, like Hero says right there. I mean, the idea of anthropomorphic animals flying in space sounds stupid out of context. And that's Star Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it sounds like one of those you always see them online, like name and describe a video game badly.
Oh yeah.
You know, and that's sort of what it's like. If you okay, so there's these kids that turn into squids and shoot ink at each other. Like, yeah, that's Splatoon, one of the most popular games on in Nintendo's lineup in a way.
It's weird thinking, you see, because I'm still under the mindset that Splatoon is like the new kid in town. Splatoon is 5 years old this year. It's not really that new anymore. Like,
it might as well be their third pillar besides Mario and Zelda in terms of
because it's hard to count Pokemon as a pillar for them because of the weird like third-party rights to Pokemon. And how very clearly angry Game Freak and the Pokemon Company are about having to be a Nintendo property. Because they, like... Pokemon never does anything Nintendo's way. Like, Nintendo will have E3 coming up in 2 weeks. Oh, we're going to have our own Pokemon Direct where we announce Gen 7 of Pokemon. Because we don't want to do it at E3. Oh, God. If Pokemon, I don't know the name of the president of the Pokemon Company right now. But if he could wave a magic wand and say Pokemon can be released on every console, he would do it in a heartbeat, no questions asked. I think that's my belief, and that I can tell that just due to how the companies seem to interact nowadays. Although I think Pokemon is still like probably more profitable and popular than even Mario these days.
Easily. It's the number 1 media franchise of all time.
Yeah.
Like, period. Everything.
It's not Nintendo's third pillar. It's its own thing at this point.
Yeah.
Pokemon is its entire culture.
Yeah. That makes me sad, by the way, that you mentioned that about Nintendo's third pillar. That used to be Metroid.
Yeah, it used to be Metroid. I know someone mentioned Animal Crossing. I think Animal Crossing, it's definitely there, but it's interesting because they only release one Animal Crossing every generation, unless you count like Happy Home Designer and the
Amiibo Festival?
Amiibo Festival, yeah.
Yeah. It's difficult with Animal Crossing because Animal Crossing is a thing. So it's hard to do it any other way. You know, Animal Crossing is a life sim. So you have trouble turning it into anything else. You know, with other franchises, maybe you could make a different kind of action game or something. But it's a little bit difficult with Animal Crossing. But Animal Crossing, I mean, if you look at the sales, what's it up to? Like
it's on track to be the best-selling Switch game, I think, right now.
Yeah, I think it already passed Splatoon.
It's already passed Splatoon. I think it's close to.
It
Smash
passed Breath of the
Brothers.
Wild by now.
I think we're past the point where Animal Crossing is kind of a niche thing. I think it's sold enough copies that it's definitely a pillar.
Yeah. And it's a very different
one. I don't know.
It's a very different pillar. I mean, Nintendo has like 17 pillars at this point.
Yeah.
I see, and someone else just asked about Kirby, and Kirby's weird because Kirby games all do about not the same sales, but they all do relatively similarly.
They do good. They do good.
The best-selling Kirby game was only, I think now it might be Star Allies, but it was only like, I think 3 million copies.
It was Superstar or Superstar
Ultra,
Deluxe.
I think.
Yeah, Ultra.
Yeah.
And like, I'm downplaying it because we're talking about Nintendo here. Most companies would kill for Kirby sales.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's very consistent.
Now, Kirby, here, let me ask if you agree with this. Kirby sells very well to Kirby fans.
Yeah, pretty much. There is very little about Kirby that will appeal to people who don't like Kirby.
Like Animal Crossing, in particular, New Horizons, and a lot of this has to do with the state of the world that we're in right now.
Yeah,
I feel like a lot of people who were not normally Animal Crossing followers and fans were interested in the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, there was a lot of interest outside of the normal fandom. And like I said, a lot of that is probably just because of the state of the world. You know, people feel like they're locked inside, and then you've got this development game, you know, this life sim where they can, I can't go anywhere, but I can walk around my town.
I also think that
island.
also think that life sim style games have also kind of exploded in popularity lately, because you've got stuff like Stardew Valley, which is huge.
Yeah, we're just still getting updates.
Yeah, Story of Seasons is really big right now, which is, if you're not familiar with the thing behind that, that's what Harvest Moon is called in Japan, and there's there's a lot of weird licensing things with the Harvest Moon name. So any game that gets released from now on, if it's called Harvest Moon, it is not actually Harvest Moon by the Harvest Moon.
It's gonna be Story of Seasons.
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering why it was so popular when people are like, "Oh my God, Story of Seasons is coming out," and I'm like, "Okay, it's the new IP. I don't understand." So if it's Harvest Moon, I absolutely get that.
Yeah, Story of Seasons is Harvest Moon, effectively.
Yeah.
But that's getting a resurgence. There's a lot. Like The Sims is more popular now than arguably ever. Like maybe not Sims 2 popular, but
are they? Is The Sims? I don't hear too much about The Sims.
The Sims people are still playing it. Like the fan base bitches because it's an EA franchise, and so EA likes to money grub a lot, but it's still. You know, it's still going strong, and they'll probably make a Sims 5 eventually once they can.
I swear I saw that Sims 2 sold like 10, 20 million copies, like something insane.
Yeah, Sims 2 did really well. I think Sims 4 is also doing pretty well right now.
Sims 4, somebody said, Ellen says Sims 4 still gets expansions.
Yeah, it just got a knitting expansion the other day. I'm not joking. You have to pay $10 in order for your Sims to know how to knit.
It always just sounds funny to me. Like you know, we play games and you talk about DLC, and it's like it's got new maps and new weapons, and like this DLC pack has knitting.
Can't wait for the Animal Crossing knitting expansion.
I mean, it would be nice if you could do stuff like that in Animal Crossing, because nobody interacts with anything that you put outside.
Yeah,
like ever.
Yeah, I had wanted because you can get stuff for your house. Like you can get the games, like the foosball table and the pool table, and then there's a couple arcade machines. I would have loved if those games were harder to get, but they were mini games.
Yeah, they did that in the new Leaf update, where if you found the 3DS or the Wii U, you got I think it's a Puzzle League game, and you got the Desert Island game from Amiibo Festival, which is actually like a phenomenal game, little mini game. I would have loved that too. I played a good amount of Happy Home Designer on the 3DS, which is a good spin-off for the record. And one thing I loved about it is that it's not so much a game as it is a dollhouse. You know, you build the dollhouses, and then the animals like play in them. But the thing is that the animals like actually play in them. Like if you have there's arcade machines in Happy Home Designer, and if you go up and interact with it, the animals will like play the arcade machines, like actually press the button and act like they're engaged in what's going on.
Okay.
And they don't do that in New Horizons. You can just you can touch it like in the older games, and it'll play a sound effect.
Yeah, they always crack me up with that, like the stuff in the house, and it's just they don't do anything with the stuff in the house. You know, you can gift them things, and they'll put it in the house, and then it won't change how they behave in the house with it. It's just I don't know. I don't do it very often just because of that, because it feels like it's kind of pointless.
Also, have you seen the way the villagers put stuff into the houses?
Random stuff?
They'll put the film projector right up against the wall so you can't see the thing it's projecting. Animal Crossing villagers are not smart.
Yeah, they're really not. They're really not. But that thing hurts. I think it at least they're nice, not like the Stardew Valley people.
Oh, did you become
so
friends with?
mean.
Did you try to become friends with Shane?
No, I try. The nerdy girl.
Oh yeah, she's a jerk.
They're so mean. Like, I'll give somebody a stick in Animal Crossing. Oh my God, I can't wait to make something cool with this. I'll give the person in Stardew a diamond that I went 50 levels into a cave to find.
Oh yeah, that
And they're
pissed
like,
me
"I don't
off.
really like these."
I'm giving you a precious gem. Oh,
Yeah.
thanks, I guess.
Like, I'm sorry, I don't really like these. Look, bitch, take my take my diamond or give it back to me. And that's the thing. Take it or give it back to me, damn it.
I know that this is realistic. I don't like that they judge me for rummaging through the garbage. There's items in there, okay? Look. I don't like having to sneak around going through the garbage, okay? Look.
Don't judge me.
let me rummage the trash cans in a video game, all right? I don't want to be judged for it. Oh god. Yeah, Stardew Valley was good though. I think that the farming gameplay loop just really isn't for me when it comes to those kinds of games. I didn't get as much out of it as I did like trying to customize the town in Animal Crossing.
Well, the thing that hurt me the most with Stardew is that it's you don't have to play it all in a day.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like Animal Crossing where it goes by the real clock. You can play multiple days. You finish up and you know your day cycles through and then you're done. So in probably less than a month, I got to the point where my farm was perfect. I knew exactly what I was going to be growing, when I was going to be growing it. I had all the sprinklers set up. I had these perfect grids for my farm. It was basically just cranking out money. And there's I think it's the gold clock, which is 10 million, whatever the money is. That was all I had to get. And that would have just been every day. All right, just keep playing and just keep doing the exact same thing over and over again. And in three real life days time, you'll have it. But it got boring, so I really didn't care.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people like starting over with games like this to go through the gameplay loop over and over again.
I guess so. And then Stardew had a bunch of different islands, like different versions. Like there was the island, and then there was the regular farm, and I just didn't care. I did all that work. I don't want to start over.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what other games like that are popular right now. Because there are a few of them. Oh, Slime Rancher. Slime Rancher is another game that's really big.
Is that a big one?
Yeah.
Someone says Greg marriage though. Shadow, I got married in the game. I had like 3 children, and I turned them into doves and forgot my wife.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, it got boring. So I was like, okay, never mind. I'll get rid of my spouse and all the kids, and then I'll start over with somebody else. And then when I did that, I was like, I don't care. Because the first time I give them a diamond, then they say they don't like it, I'm gonna freak out.
Now chat probably knows the answer to this one. Stardew Valley, you can be gay or bi in Stardew Valley. I think you can date every character in the game that's eligible.
You can date whoever you want, I think.
Yeah. Can you have kids if you're in a gay relationship in Stardew Valley? And if so, how do they explain it?
Isn't having kids like it's not pregnancy? Don't they ship you a child?
It seems like it's adoption.
Oh, it's adoption.
Yeah,
okay.
It's something like there's some structure to it that you adopt kids.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I think. Okay, I like that.
Yeah, do you adopt them or you buy them? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I like this goes. Well, Ted, when a daddy and a daddy really love each other.
Oh my god.
They call the stork.
They call the stork. Oh man.
And have a 3-way.
With the stork?
Yeah, in Fable 3 you could adopt kids and have kids as well. I Fable 3 is actually a weird one for me because I remember having a kid, and then I forget what happened in the game, but my character was evil. So
did you forget to feed it?
No, it was my character was evil. I was playing as as an objectively bad person. And so that character cheated on his wife, and the wife, I think, found out and left. And then somebody killed her. I don't think it was my character, but somebody killed her. So I had the kid, and they were like, "You're a bad person. You can't have this kid. We're gonna adopt it out." And I swear to God, then that character later in the game, I went to one of the brothels, And I swear to God, there was a character with my son's name there, and I was like, "Oh God, they sold my kid and made him a prostitute."
Whoops.
Man,
Yeah,
child
that's a-
services needs some like extreme revisions in that case.
That game is weird.
Yeah, that seems kind of odd.
Yeah. Who was your
That
wife?
to me is like games where you get jobs. Like I'm playing this game to escape the job.
Well,
this
is something I was thinking about with Animal Crossing. Like, there is a comfort in mundanity, in sort of a way, like where a lot of people like having a boring, nothing kind of job because it's easy and they can just do it without having to worry about it.
Yeah.
And so there's some of that in gaming too, where like having a routine and just doing it, like doing the same thing over and over in the game is comforting to them.
Yeah,
I think that's a huge appeal of MMOs, probably.
Yeah, it's because I say that about grinding in RPGs all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a comfort in the simplicity of it. I don't have to overanalyze the situation or anything like that. I just battle enemies.
Yeah. It depends on what the job in the game, though, is, too. Because if you're, like, literally pushing paper in a video game, I'm probably not into it. That is one of my favorite gags in Dragon Quest IV, though, is you start the game as a retail you start one of the chapters as Torneko, who is a retail worker in the local item shop. And so
Don't get too far into it.
Don't get too far into it? Okay.
I'm playing it right now.
Oh, okay. Then chapter
literally
3 is Torneko's chapter, and it's hilarious. Because they it's just like you play as this old fat guy who's the item shop, and he's just like, I'm really sick of this. I'm gonna go and do something else.
He got a separate. There was a spin-off Torneko game. Wasn't
There's
there?
like four. There's like 4 spin-off
Is there?
Torneko games.
Okay.
They're all Mystery Dungeon though, so I'm not a fan of Mystery Dungeon, so I probably won't play them.
There's one deep cut game that I like that did the sort of you play as an NPC kind of thing, where it's just a mundane, like you're helping the hero by doing your own thing, and that was Weapon Shop de Omase, I think is the name.
Oh, I remember hearing about
old
that.
3DS.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really cool. I think that was also level 5. But
That
it was
sounds
just
right.
you made weapons for the heroes, and then you would watch the heroes, like not watch them, but you'd see them like go through a dungeon as you're making other weapons and seeing them succeed or die or fail, depending on how good your weapon making was.
Oh, that's cool.
It was a really neat little game, and it wasn't that long. It was like maybe $5-10, and it was really, really fun little 3DS game.
Yeah, I remember hearing that was good as well. All right, final boss time.
Oh yeah, you're playing a game.
Oh yeah, Reciteer is another game that I remember hearing about, where you run a JRPG item shop.
$5 donation from Godzilla to Advance 3 because I can't let Johnny play a good Sonic game. Ted, save Louie and Pikmin 2.
So right now, if we get to the $13,000 total, we will play Pikmin 2. I've decided that if we get to $20,000, then I'll save Louie. That's what I've decided. So,
Okay.
if
So
you
that's
want
$20,000, $40,000.
No, it's not 40,000. If we get to 40,000, I'll say on stream that Pikmin 2 is the best Pikmin game.
Here comes Super Cool Callie, which is
Oh man,
very
Evil
very cool
Callie
outfit.
evokes strange emotions inside me. I mean, what?
Yeah, I'm trying to not because it's the kids.
No, it's okay. She's 18 as of this game, so it's fine.
Oh, okay. Here we
she's
go.
16 in
this game.
She's
As of
16 in
this game.
Splatoon 1, so no, bad. You can't. This game though, nice.
40K and he plays Hey Pikmin. Sure, I'll promise that on Ted's behalf.
Sure. Yeah, so did you like the Splatoon 1 final boss? Here's it is again, but worse.
Yeah, I mean they really couldn't have topped it, so I don't even blame them for doing it again.
Yeah, it's a throwback to the first one. It's new and interesting and reminiscent at the same time. It's such a great boss. The music isn't as good. I didn't.
No.
I think the first game music I think was better.
Yeah, I don't really like the rendition of the Calamari Incantation for the final phase of this boss. It's fine, but I think the first one is better.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thankfully, though, we will be hearing that version because I do
You'll
have
be hearing
to fight Inner Agent 3 as part of the of what I promised last night.
That's right, yeah.
Kevin, has John said anything else about Castlevania?
I think we're gonna go ahead and roll forward with Kid Icarus.
Kid Icarus?
after
Okay.
this. Yeah.
So then after I beat Inner Agent 3, I'm going to take probably a 10-minute break. 5 to 10 minutes, I will guess, so that I can eat something. And then we will go ahead and play Kid Icarus after that.
All right. So what? Hold on. So what is the issue? It was supposed to be the race.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but John is having computer issues because of the storm.
Yeah.
Are they moving the race or?
Yeah, we're gonna
They're-
move the
okay.
race back till after, hopefully after Kid Icarus, because the storm should be passed by then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's hitting you guys down there, and like the parts that seem to have maybe knocked John out just started hitting me not long ago.
It's past us. The storm passed us. So we're getting some winds. But so the storm has passed me, and I'm probably a half an hour away from him. The problem is it was a lot of water, so he might be having water damage. Did he say he was having computer problems or just issues?
Just maybe a power line issue.
Okay, so but he was saying it was like computer problems or something, not
Yeah, just internet.
something in it. Okay.
if it was water damage, then that would be awful.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why if it's water that got into the house, because I know that his setup is in the basement. So if it's water that
Oh,
got into
yeah.
the house, I wasn't sure if he was dealing with that or if it was something with his computer.
Yeah. No, I think
but yeah, so the storm's over, but it could easily be significant problems.
yeah. So giving him an extra hour or two should be good, or 2 hours I think is what the time slot is.
Well, I mean,
I mean,
if just swapping Kid Icarus is...
Yeah, I forgot how long
yeah.
Kid Icarus went for. So
It'll probably take me 2 hours, I think. I'm going to liberally be using save states, so that'll speed things up because I won't have to redo large sections of the level if I die. Effectively. I'm also going to be like using maps and stuff to hopefully speed up the process a good bit.
yeah.
So I mean, because you had 2 hours allotted for Kid Icarus, they only needed an hour and a half for the race. That's where that was.
Yeah. So Torna should hopefully still be happening at about the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, depending on how long Kid Icarus takes, because I know you still have to fight the Inner Agent 3 fight.
Yeah.
so we're gonna go a little past it.
I'm gonna try my best to beat it quickly. If it ends up taking me more than like 20 minutes, I'm gonna put a cap on it just so that we can keep on going.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, Torna's gonna be a while, so I don't want.
Yeah,
Spring to
we
start
don't
too
want.
late.
I don't want that to be starting late because I know that Sabrina's probably going to be up all night playing that, and I don't want to keep her up later than she needs to be.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, if they're back to back, it should 2 hours. You're just flipping the 2 hour and hour and a half time slot. So
Yeah.
realistically, if John's able to get on, Sabrina should be starting at 5:30 still. So it shouldn't really affect her schedule.
We
Yeah.
should be good.
Also, Bomb Rush Plus is way better than Tide Goes Out. Fight me IRL. Not to restart the waifu wars of 2016 again, but Callie is easily the superior Squid Sister. Marie's such an asshole. She doesn't care about you. Callie's so nice.
I don't know. And I agree with that. And yet, there's still something about Marie.
Callie is the white-haired
I don't know.
anime boy of Splatoon. All right.
Even though Marie is technically.
Oh no,
the
that's what I
white-haired-
meant. Damn it.
Yeah.
Marie is the white-haired anime boy of Splatoon. I always say that. I always say one name when I mean to say the other. But yeah,
And I usually don't like the cold sort of character, but there's this part of me that thinks, you think she'll step on me?
Oh God.
Do you think she'll squid on my face?
Squid bag me, Marie.
She's soft. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about I like the character better. And you were a Pearl over Marina, right?
Yes, I wasn't Team
Yeah.
Pearl at first, I will admit. But once you actually, once you get over her design and, look at the character herself, you then appreciate that she... And don't get me wrong, Marie is a complete gremlin. But that's why I love her. Because she is our gremlin.
Wait, Pearl.
Pearl. Did I say
Pearl.
Marie?
You said
God.
Marie.
I'm...
See? That's a Freudian slip. You secretly love
Marie more.
Marie.
Yeah.
There it is.
So, Pearl just has such good dialogue. Like, in Octo Expansion, at one point, Captain Cuttlefish is being racist. And, Pearl says something to, if you hurt Marina, I'ma cut you. And she almost, exactly says that. So...
Yeah, she did grow on me as far as her character. I just didn't like her design. I didn't like the little mean gremlin design. But yeah, the character itself did get a lot better.
Yeah. And it's like, once you realize that she is supposed to be an obnoxious little gremlin, the design clicks with you more.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
it's like, okay, it fits. And then it becomes more cute versus being like, what?
And what's that called? What's that called in anime? She's the little mean character, or she looks like the little mean character, but she's got the heart of gold.
I don't know what the trope name for that is. Is that... No, she's not really tsundere.
No, the tsundere is, as I think, the mean one is just a straight up mean character.
Yeah, but she actually likes you, but not that she'd say it or anything like baka. Oh, this is the coolest part. Yeah, this is the coolest part of the boss fight, though, is using the Rainmaker on the final boss.
Castlevania Inbound. Somebody should probably talk to Goldstorm.
Oh yeah. We got some words. Goldstorm. We got some news for you. Slight audible. It won't be Castlevania up next. It will be Kid Icarus. Not featuring Kid Icarus, but just us.
I believe his name is Icarus.
There are Metroids in Kid Icarus. Wait, I'm sorry. This universe and that universe have nothing to do with each other. Kid Icarus Uprising was a gem, and if there's any 3DS game I want them to make a sequel to or bring to Switch...
Just bring it. Yeah, just bring it to the Switch.
Yeah. I mean, I really want a Kid Icarus Uprising sequel, but I would absolutely take a Switch port as well. That game is golden. I love that game so much.
And I never played it.
You never played it? I don't really blame you because it hurts your hands.
No. I didn't get the 3DS until later. I remember the beginning of the 3DS's life. It was like a disaster.
Yeah, it was. It is a
money.
miracle they managed to turn that thing around.
Yeah, and then Kid Icarus was, my understanding, was a relatively early release.
It was like the turning point for the 3DS in my opinion.
Okay, so it was around that time, which means a lot of people didn't even have the system. It's sort of like the Wii U situation where everybody talks about, Wii U ports to the Switch. It's okay, yeah, but the Wii U was a super unpopular system, so most people didn't play a lot of those games. So it basically got a second chance to enjoy a first life in a way. You know, Kid Icarus seems like so it was the second year of Kid Icarus was the second year of the 3DS being around, but then that whole first year was like marred because it came out at a crazy price and they had to re-release the system and with some sort of ambassador program for the people who bought the first one. It was like a big mess.
Yeah, it was a disaster.
Yeah, so put it on the Switch, give it better controls, give it motion controls, and it will. I 100% believe that it will have a much better life than it ever had on the 3DS.
Yeah.
Yeah, easily. No question. It's I mean the reason I won't play it is because I like my hands.
The stand does help, I will say. Like the stand
that's what I've heard.
Does make it not hurt your hands that bad to play. And if you ever want to go back and play Metroid Prime Hunters, then that's the way. Using the stand is the way to do it. But
which is funny because I didn't have a problem with Hunters. I liked Hunters.
Did you play Hunters with the Fat DS or the Lite?
The Fat DS.
Okay, I think
Yeah.
that might have had something to do with it because it was bigger and chunkier, so you had more to
Yeah.
hold on to with your hands.
Yeah, the Fat DS was definitely a fantastic system. Also, the Fat DS with the top half broken off is the best GBA player. I've seen them at conventions for sale with the top half broken off, and it still plays Game Boy Advance games, and it feels great.
Yeah, it's
Great.
I mean, the DS Lite is a fantastic single system. Don't get me wrong, but I hate that when you put a Game Boy Advance cart in the bottom, it sticks out like that. Is
Yeah.
my least favorite thing.
Yeah, this is a great system. Which in all those leaks, by the way, grats.
Yeah, good job.
In all of those leaks and stuff, one of the things we read over the list of what was discovered in the leaks so far. One of them was a single screen follow-up to the Game Boy Advance.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's probably the one thing that I found the most interesting that nobody's talking about. That there was it is whatever design it is eventually what led to the DS. But so a 1DS or GBA, we were calling it GBA 2 when I was talking about it last week. That to me is kind of fascinating, and nobody was talking about it.
I feel like there's less interest in the hardware than the software for some reason. But I agree in that that's really interesting and seeing like what, because the DS was hugely influential for the 15 or so years, if you count both the DS and the 3DS. So like that influenced basically the way handheld games looked for a really long time. And if it was just one screen, it would be a very different gaming landscape right now.
And I almost wonder if not for the DS, I almost wonder if Nintendo then starts to push its handheld hardware more towards power, which would have led to the same issue that the PSP and later the Vita ran into, that were sort of the fatal flaws of both of those systems. Which not as much with the PSP, but with the Vita especially. The Vita failed not just because Sony was bad at everything, but also because when you make a system and you market it as a portable PS3, at best, the best looking game on the Vita is Uncharted Lost Legacy. Full stop. Or not Lost Legacy, Golden Abyss, I'm sorry. That is the best looking game on the Vita. When you play it on a Vita, it looks almost like a PS3 game. But that cost a lot of money to develop for, and it sold nowhere near as well because it's this running vicious cycle of people see a game, they say, oh, it's not as good as a PS3 game visually. Why would I get that when I can just keep playing my 3DS? And then you don't get budget. Yeah, exactly. It was just this whole mess. But it'd be interesting to think that maybe Nintendo could have fallen into that same sort of trap if they didn't have the DS gimmick.
Yeah, because Nintendo always made the DS kind of let them do what they always did with their handheld stuff, which is keep the budget low whenever they were making games.
Yeah.
And that's what let them like basically win, because portable gaming was budget gaming for a really long time, and isn't really anymore because we don't have traditional portable gaming anymore. But
yeah, there was the 3DS is on its way out. The Switch is it. The Switch is and that's where the Vita was so close, right? Like the Vita, when you look at the Switch's success, the Vita was so close to being the Switch. All it had to do was market itself as a hybrid system. You sell the Vita with a stand that lets you hook it directly to your TV, and you immediately have exactly what we have, almost exactly what we have with the Switch right now.
And the PSP had a component out. Like you could play your PSP on a TV.
Yeah, it's a good way to record PSP games if you're.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for a model, a 3000 series, just for that, so that I can play PSP games on stream. Yeah. It was so close. And it was like, as you look at it, and that's what happens is you probably looked at it and thought, oh, this is never going to take off. Like nobody cares that it looks as good or whatever. All it needed was a dock.
Yeah, yeah.
And because you could have used your PS3 controllers, all you needed to do was have something that was snazzy looking. It was a device because we're geeks. We love our devices. all you needed was a device where it said, "Oh my God, I can just drop it in here, and it pops up on my TV magically, and I can use the controllers that I already have," and it would have been amazing, especially if you love anime games
and JRPGs.
Yeah. And indies, because the Vita was the indie powerhouse system until the Switch.
It's a heartbreaker. I love Nintendo, but it's nice to see another company come up every once in a while. So it's a heartbreaker to like, oh, Sony, you were walking along the beach and you didn't realize that 2 inches of sand under you was a treasure chest full of money.
Yeah. I mean,
you
I
were
think
so close.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm feeling the loss of the traditional handheld scene right now. Like, I really miss having you know, like handheld style games, because most of the stuff on the Switch is more console-y feeling, you know. And just as somebody who, like, I grew up in the Game Boy Color generation, and I love my DS and my 3DS. Like, I really want, I kind of am missing those handheld feeling kind of games in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the home console game, like all the Switch games generally, have that ability where you can kind of put them away quickly, and like they all have like little bite-sized chunks of playtime as a possibility, but that's not the core gameplay of any real main Nintendo Switch games. Obviously, the indies are kind of replacing that a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
And
And a lot of these complaints are dulled by the fact that you have the indies that fill these voids.
Yeah. God.
Focus up.
Where it is? Okay. So anyway, I don't know how many tries this is gonna take. I did not practice Inner Agent 3, I should mention, at all. So I don't. Oh, god damn it! So much for first try.
Quick update. Sorry to cut you off. Quick update. For everybody that's watching, the Castlevania race is going to have to be postponed to a later day. John's having some tech issues that need a tech call.
Oh,
so,
later time. Yeah. No, so it is a full blown later day. Now.
We're gonna figure it out. It maybe Tuesday with Subspace Day. Seems like what they're talking about now. Okay. We will keep you guys posted as we get more info on that. But we're just gonna move into Kid Icarus, and then we're gonna move Torna up if Sabrina can move Torna up. They're talking about that now in the chat. So
okay.
I'm kind of.
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better about doing this then, because I know that we're right on 4 hours when we ended. So if John just can't do Castlevania, then I can try this for a little bit longer before having to call it a dead.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is his tweet. John put a tweet out. Okay. So unfortunately, the Castlevania race between Bitner GX and I for Subpar Smash Brothers will have to be postponed because this storm knocked out a power line feeding my internet. We'll
okay.
keep you updated on when we have a new date and time. Okay, so yeah, so it did something to on the technology side of it. That sucks.
Yeah. So we'll find out everything else about that, and hopefully it'll be good by tomorrow for Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
If not, we will figure that out and get posts to you as we get them. But we'll make it work.
We'll make it work.
Here.
It will still happen.
My
guess is Derek
play Castlevania.
Yeah. My guess is that Derek needed more time to practice because he was afraid he was going to lose.
Derek knocked out Johnny's power.
I mean,
see, maybe I should race Derek since I haven't had any practice in it at all.
I mean, I am currently the #1 race winner on this charity marathon. So, I mean,
and Sabrina can start Torna early, so we're just gonna move from Kid Icarus probably right into Xenoblade.
Okay.
Catherine says Derek cut the power line. No, see, the storm cut the power line. I'm picturing Derek at the top of a tower like Saruman in Lord of the Rings, and he's casting the storm.
Oh god. Okay. This is phase 3, and there's 5 phases total, I think, of the fight. God. Is this the splashdown rush part? Oh no, now he's doing the auto bombs. Okay.
Mr. L, Johnny can come to your house wearing a hazmat suit. Yeah, I mean, listen, if John wants to come here and play the game from here, he's welcome to. I mean, it's going to take him a little while.
I mean, you said he was about a half an hour away, right? So theoretically,
he's about 45 minutes, I would say. I don't know what the traffic is like because the storm has passed, but I don't know if it caused any damage, if there's any accidents or anything like that.
yeah,
but,
no, there's probably
I mean,
traffic.
realistically, if that is really an option, like, because I'm going to stream at 3:00, but if he wants to come in here and do that, I'll cancel the stream and he can come here and do that.
Yeah,
but that's that's the sort of roundabout way of dealing with all of this as opposed to just streaming another day.
Yeah, and I think Sabrina would appreciate the extra time for Torna. So
that's right. Yeah, and she'll be able to finish, and get to sleep at a reasonable time.
Yeah, hopefully. I know that Catherine was feeling the 1 a.m. Ending to Fire Emblem yesterday.
Yeah. Nope. I can't remember the last time I was playing a game at 1 a.m. By that, my decision making is so bad by then. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna watch something.
I used to play Phoenix Wright
Avatar
at in the middle of the night. That late. I used to play Phoenix Wright until like 4 a.m. some days.
Well, that's because playing games at night is a young man's game.
Yeah, I did that when I was like 14. I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, no. I have at 1 a.m. I have just enough energy to watch something like Avatar. There we go. Something that I've already seen.
Good choice.
Yeah, I'm going through it a second time. I'm actually on season 3 right now.
Okay, we're just starting it because we finished. We went through Saul and Breaking Bad in order.
Okay.
And then
so you've never watched it before? This is your first time?
No. I've seen the whole series.
Okay.
I haven't seen it in full in 5 years at least. So it's gonna be cool to go back to it with some fresh eyes.
Oh yeah. Did you? And you finished Korra too, right?
Yeah, I loved Korra. It wasn't as good as Last Airbender, but it had higher high points made up by the lower low points because of Nickelodeon meddling.
Yeah.
I heard that it's like the season 2 of Korra is really bad, but everything else is good.
Season 3 is stellar. Season 3 is probably the best single season of any Avatar.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think Avatar was a better series than Korra. I think season 3 of Korra is the best single season out of all of them, out of both shows. Unbelievable series, unbelievable season. I mean,
I would have loved to see what would have been for Korra if they hadn't just made it one season and then now it's 2 seasons and then now it's 4 seasons, but season 3 and 4 are essentially one long season and now it's okay, finish it now, get it done. Like if they didn't have to keep thinking that every season was the final season, I think they really had time to build it into probably a better series, I would say.
You know what? I kind of wonder though. I wonder if that kept happening. This is it, and then season 2, this is it. I wonder if by season 3, they probably said, you know what? This is probably going to be the last one, just like we thought the first one and the second one were going to be the last one. So let's just go all out. I believe you see the jump in quality. I believe
they were renewed for seasons 3 and 4.
Oh, okay.
They were concurrently made, and I think they may have changed studios at one point during one of the seasons, like the animation studio, whoever they outsourced to.
What a just remarkable season.
Yeah,
the villains.
It's just the fact that they have a whole PTSD plotline with Korra. It's so good. The
villains were good. The villains were developed. We got to see the villains sort of develop a bit. Along with everything, it was we didn't know what they wanted, so we got to learn that with them. Oh my god! And then the guy that they chose to be the villain was just so good. I love him. And I didn't know who it was at first.
Season 2, according to Castro, is the season where the studio change happened. So that explains season 2 a little bit.
Yeah.
It's fascinating because my one conspiracy theory that I will push forever is that Nickelodeon was actually, like, the studio execs at Nickelodeon were upset that Avatar was reaching a different audience than its target audience, because it was meant to be a younger show like Y7, and it was reaching like 12, 13-year-olds. And my theory is that Nickelodeon was bitter about it passing SpongeBob in ratings most of the time, but with a different audience than Nickelodeon was aiming at.
Yeah.
So they just kind of
that seems so bizarre to me because normally, like, the younger kid demographic is the harder one for them to reach. You think they'd be thrilled that they reached that.
You would think, but
audience.
then Avatar switched time slots like 4 or 5 different times in its original run. Korra was explicitly marketed towards the audience that loved Avatar, 8 years prior.
Yeah.
So it was aimed at 18-year-old kids.
It's a bit more focused. They want my understanding, the way I see it is the way I think that they might see it is that when you market it towards kids, you can sell more crap.
Yep, that's
you sell more school bags and you sell more nonsense toys and stuff like that. And then when it reaches a market that they think won't buy that stuff, they want to try and do a 180. Steven Universe Universe is one that started to reach a completely different market, and they probably started thinking, oh well, we can't sell a bunch of toys and crap to these people, not realizing we want toys and crap.
Yeah, you can.
and not even just like
please sell us toys and crap for Steven Universe.
Think of all the T-shirt money you make with the nerd audience.
God, yeah.
There's way more T-shirt to sell with 30-year-old nerds.
And it's different now. At least I can almost see where Nickelodeon was coming from a demo perspective, because if they're saying, if they're selling ads based on the Y7 demo and they're getting like the 10 to 13 year-olds,
you're getting that demographic.
Yeah, which is a different demographic to sell ads to, but instead of just changing, instead of just being better at running a television network, they just took it out on this one random show and fucked it around, and I don't get it.
It's like you said, they want to sell ads, and what you don't realize is that ads are a temporary commodity.
Yeah,
you're gonna sell ads, and then these kids are gonna grow up and they're not gonna watch your channel anymore. They're gonna move on because they're gonna say, I'm not a kid anymore. Whereas if you sell to the right audience, which is the early to mid-teens audience, that audience is gonna grow with your product. A lot of the people who absolutely love Harry Potter right now are from that age group.
Yeah, I know that, like, Rowling is an asshole, and so we shouldn't support her right now, but the Harry Potter demographic, absolutely, Harry Potter did so well because the books kept on selling even once the kids turned 16, 17, 18 years old.
And the series evolved with, as a movie anyway, it evolved with the viewer and with for the movies with the viewer. You were selling it as Harry Potter's this 11-year-old kid, so you sold it to 11-year-old kids. When it got to the point where Harry Potter was 14 and 15, and he was starting to deal with more adult things, those kids were at the same point in their lives. They were, the series got darker as the kids got older.
Yeah, and they pushed them to understand more mature situations. And the thing with Korra that pissed me off the most was that they were airing that at 9 a.m. on Saturday mornings to an audience that was going to college.
Yeah.
That's the worst time slot you could possibly... what are you doing at 5 p.m. that you can't put it there? You're airing more SpongeBob. You can move SpongeBob to 9 where the little kids are going to watch it.
Yeah. If you're going to sell something like that to the college age, to that sort of... Look for a nighttime slot.
There's no reason
when they're not airing anything. They're airing what? Full House and Fresh Prince reruns. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just fascinating and baffling how they would let it go that far and just spite money. It's just free money.
And that's the thing. They weren't doing it because they were thinking about money. All right, but you're not thinking about money.
We have a raid from Viantastic.
Wow, thank you.
So thank you very much for the raid. I'm going to jump in to remind everyone what we're doing here really quick.
Yeah.
This is Subpar Smash Bros. It's a week-long charity event running from August 1st through August 10th. We are playing a game based on the Super Smash Bros. Series. We're playing a game based on every character or franchise represented in Smash Bros. And we're raising money for the Diabetes Research Institute. We already hit our $10,000 goal, as you can see by our wonderful updated graphic made by the lovely Smoothies. But we still have stretch goals and incentive goals left, such as playing the Super Smash Bros. Subspace Emissary on Tuesday if we hit the $15,000 goal. If we hit $11,000, I'll be playing ARMS on Monday, and if we hit $13,000, Ted will be playing Pikmin 2, his favorite game ever made.
Love it. Amazing game. Definitely love dungeons in Pikmin and bombs falling on you from the sky without warning.
So if you want to donate, there's a donate button down below. You can also type in !donate in the chat, and it'll pop up the link for you. It's nice and easy. And it'll take you right there. You can see, you can leave a message for us. You can win some lovely raffle prizes, including the daily raffle. For $5, you can get 1 entry into the Xenoblade Chronicles Torna Physical Edition, which is pretty hard to find nowadays. You can enter for the overall raffle of, for the entire event, which include $240 worth of boxed amiibos.
It's actually 253 now because I found the Ridley amiibo that I had lost. He's too big to fit in the graphic, though, so that's why he's not there.
Your collection.
So $253 of hand-me-downs, I should say.
There you go,
and then for $25, you can enter to win a new in-box Nintendo Switch, and I believe it's the new version of the Switch with the better battery life.
Okay, so it's not Ted's hand-me-down.
No,
yeah,
that one's not Ted's.
I definitely am not taking the Switch box and swapping the Switches between them.
That one we literally bought through our good friend Linky, who works at a GameStop.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure it's a new model.
Yeah,
It was he just got it in. Yeah,
let me ask you: if you have you donate $20, can you get 4 entries?
Yes.
In the daily raffle? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, you just can't use your money for 2 things at the same time.
Yeah.
So you can't donate $15 and get an amiibo raffle and a daily raffle. You have to pick one or the other.
Yeah.
Because then you would just donate $25 and just get into everything.
Yeah, I'm going to donate $25 for 15 entries into the Switch raffle. But we do also have bid wars that we're going for right now. There's a Sonic Advance. You can make Some Call Me Johnny play one of the 3 Sonic Advance games. Sonic Advance 2, I believe, is winning right now.
By not much. Yeah. Sonic Advance 2 is at $375. Sonic Advance 3 is at $361. That's neck and neck.
And poor Sonic 1.
Sonic Advance 1 is the best game of the 3 by far.
That's why it's losing. That's why it's losing. That ends Thursday at the end of the day. So if you want to influence your preferred game to make Johnny suffer or suffer less, you can do so by suggesting in the comment of your donation that you want it to go towards Sonic Advance or Sonic Advance 2 or Sonic Advance 3. But yeah.
Somebody in chat asked about the Final Fantasy IV stream tomorrow. John's going to be... Well, so far, John has not indicated that he will need to delay that. We certainly hope that's not the case. We'll keep you updated. That's, I think, all we can really say at the time being.
Oh, wow. Oh, that was going to be like an all-day...
That was all day tomorrow.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
Depending on timing and all that, it will happen. At the end of the day, we will make it happen, I'm sure. I know John wanted to run Final Fantasy IV.
He was excited. That was the game he was most excited to play.
So I can promise you that it will happen. It's just a matter of, it might not be tomorrow. If it isn't tomorrow, we'll let you know. We'll see based on how quickly they can get the issue sorted out at John's house.
Yeah.
I will say that we don't know what will happen tomorrow if John can't play FF4. I don't know what we can do to fill time, but we'll make it work.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Okay. Ow, damn it.
Just do all of Thursday tomorrow.
Oh, God.
Hey, everybody, move up a day, quick.
Yeah? Well, no, because Johnny's one of them. Nope.
I also still need to practice for the Dragon Quest race, which is Thursday, because I've been practicing Kid Icarus instead. So that was my plan for tomorrow.
If I wasn't working tomorrow, I would have offered to move up DK if we need to, but I am at work.
You saving the princess in Dragon Quest?
That's a bid word, actually.
It's one of the bid words, actually. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. I would love to save the princess, because then we get the awesome Dragon Lord dialogue of, wow, thanks, dumbass, you got the princess for me.
But it's save the princess or F the dragon. You can do both.
I see a lot of hashtag fuck the dragons popping up.
Yeah.
And Linky offered to stream Final Fantasy 14. That's an option.
Wait a minute.
Wait, you gonna from like level 1 to whatever max level is?
Beat the game in one day.
100% playthrough for charity.
100% Final Fantasy 14. I dig it.
I'm sure there are Final Fantasy 14 speedruns. I just don't know how the hell you would do that.
There are probably specific goals. I know WoW used to have they probably still have it. Back when I played and it was like max was level 80, there'd be races for like 1 to 80. So you'd start a new character and you would try and level the character up as fast as you can.
How long does it take to get to max level? That must have taken days.
No. Depending on when, it depends on what you're trying to get to. I mean, first of all, you most likely do it late expansion. So you've got a lot of stuff that's added that will help you, but then you get WoW used to be max level. I think was either 40 or 60 when it first started. So then they raised the level cap for the expansions, and then they add on a lot of things to. Was it 60, John? Thank you. And then they would add on things. They'd add on quests to make the beginning areas easier. You ultimately getting to max level is typically pretty easy because the game really starts when you're at max level. That was for WoW. It was most of the raids were only available when you reached max level, or they were only viable when you reached max level. You know, those games. I don't know if Final Fantasy 14 is the same way. We used to say that it was 3 games. It was 1 to 80, max level, and PvP. Like the game was built around those 3 types of play. So that's what they would do. Or they would, race instances. They would race dungeons. They would solo raids. And then that was the race. Like there's ways to do it. There's ways to turn it into a competition.
You can make anything competition if you try hard enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Very true. Quick note for time, Ted. We are currently at 2:20. So
okay, so I'm going to give this another 5 minutes, and this run's actually going fairly... Damn it. Okay, yeah, we're going to give it another 5 minutes, then I'm going to take a 5 to 10 minute break to...
Okay. That'll be when I dip out, too.
Yeah, thank you again so much for dropping in. It's always
no
great
problem.
to have you for company.
No
damn
problem.
it.
Also, when you have a moment, Ted, Linky is ready to pop in screen if you want to pull him in.
Oh, sure.
When I can.
We can pause the game. The hell is that kind of shit is that? Hello, Linky.
And hey, Linky. We have a $50 donation from Viva La Pluto for S, whom I miss very much. Well, thank you very much for your donation.
Hello.
Hi, Linky.
Come on, die.
He's not talking.
Hey, Agent 3 was squid bagging me, the asshole.
Linky.
Yes.
Oh, he's here. Okay.
There you go.
He's very quiet, though. Hold on a moment.
No, I gotta get closer.
Oh, actually, no, you're fine. You're
Yeah.
fine. Okay.
So I've never even seen this boss fight. It's really neat that it's there. Like I
Yeah.
didn't even know this was a thing.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly. I've
So
been
you-
very
Cool.
impressed.
It's a giant pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very clearly. Oh my god.
Yeah, so you fight Agent 3 in the Octo expansion story itself, and he's a pushover. In the, this is like the super ultra secret boss you get for 100% of the game. So it's mostly a bragging rights thing. You get like a piece of equipment if you do it, but that's not really why you're doing
This is
it.
for 100%ing the game or for 100%ing Octo?
Octo.
100%
sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
You don't have to play the main story mode to do Octo if you have.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but I was wondering if maybe that was a weird. Like,
Which I'm pretty sure I did. I'm looking at this. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I 100%ed the Octo expansion, but I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, dude, I'm actually in the same boat with that because I actually never played Splatoon 2 or Splatoon 1. I'm like, you know what? Octo Expansion looks fun, so I just only play that one. I'm like, all right, this is good.
It's the best one. Like it's the best single player out of
Yeah.
available in Splatoon. So if you
Because it's actual single player. It doesn't feel tacked on.
no, it doesn't. It's very fun. It's hard though. Like it definitely feels like that was part of what made the single player in Splatoon 2 is very much a tutorial for the multiplayer.
Yeah.
In many ways, it's like, here's all the different weapons. This is how you use them effectively. So it's fun, but it's very simple. This actually like challenges you with all of the different weapons you need to use. And there's also different ways to do certain missions depending on which weapon you choose. which is also really neat. So it's one of the best Switch games, I think. If we're talking about single player, is the Octo expansion of Splatoon 2.
That's pretty good. Yeah. I'm still disappointed about one thing. Cloud saves.
Oh yeah, the
Wish
cloud
there was
saves. We were talking. I think.
Yeah.
Were you in the call when we were talking about this, Linky? I feel like you were.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 3 games that you would need cloud saving the most: Splatoon, Animal Crossing, Pokemon. You don't get them.
Yep.
Well, didn't they just implement that for Animal Crossing?
Yes.
Technically, yes, but it's still a massive pain in the ass. But at least you can do it now.
Yeah, at least you can do it.
Yeah, because I actually 100% this save file on stream, and it was like the best thing in the world. But literally a couple of months later, they were basically selling the Smash Brothers edition of the Switches, which I really wanted. The thing is, I basically traded in my old Switch for this new Switch, not knowing that hey, this game does not have cloud save data.
Oh.
So I legitimately lost a 100% save file because of it,
Ugh.
Rough.
including my golden meatball. I missed it. Ted, win this for me. So that
Oh
way-
god, we're getting close. This might be the last real attempt I try. Because we're halfway through the fight, I think, right now. Damn it.
So
Okay,
is
I'll
there-
give it
is
one
there a
more
way to
shot.
tell?
Yeah, I'll
Is
give
there a way
it
to-
one more shot, and then we're gonna call it a. Because I do need to eat something before I start Kid Icarus. Okay,
Yeah,
that was the
that's right.
lamest last shot ever, but I'm a man of my word. Thank you so
I'm a man
much,
of my
everybody, for joining us. What's our total right now?
We are currently at. Let me refresh one more time. Hold on. We have another set of donations.
Okay.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
whoa,
jump
whoa.
through. Yeah, I'm gonna jump through really quick on these. We have $30 from Anime Pirates. I have been a big fan of BSC, FTCR, and SGB for many years now, and I believe now is the right time to start donating. You guys are all awesome. Please put this towards Sonic Advance 3 in the bid war. I will do that. Thank you very much. We have $5 from SpongeBob SquarePants. Ahoy there! My name is. Oh wait, you can already see it. Oh god. Anyways, I may not know what a Splatoon is, but I think this is a wonderful cause that you're working towards, and I'm behind it all the way. As such, I'm donating my last 5.5 years of my salary. I donate more, but you know how Mr. Krabs is. Good luck with whatever it is. And then SpongeBob also donated a moment later, $1,200.
Damn.
Hey, I'm back. I told Sandy what I'm doing, and she just looked at me and said, $5? Really? We have a saying in Texas: go big or go home. Then I said I already was home when I did it, and then she just sighed and told me to donate this. Well, there you go. Yeah.
Awesome. Very
So
awesome.
that's gonna bring us to I don't know just yet because it won't.
Yeah,
update.
it hasn't refreshed the total yet.
Somewhere close to $12,000. So
Thank you.
11,700 ish.
11,660.
11,660.
35?
All right.
65.
In that case, we're gonna end this on a. We're gonna end the Splatoon 2 playthrough on that fun note. Thank you so much. In about 10 minutes.
Oh, we just unlocked arms too. That's right.
Oh, we unlocked arms. Nice.
So,
Oh, yeah.
Yay!
unlock
Now we can
arms.
move. Congrats,
In
Ted.
about
Now
10
we can
minutes.
move.
In about 10 minutes, I will be back to do Kid Icarus. I just need to drink some water, get something to eat. And yeah, thank you everyone so much. And we hope that you'll continue to watch Subpar Smash Brothers.
Thank you for having me.